Hello everyone, welcome back to another Bandle Blitz. We are looking forward to having another little tournament for our server on today. Joining me is Counterfeit, Peter Hartnell. Hey Pete, great to have you with us today.
Oh, wonderful to be here. I'm excited to, just to see what everyone's got for us today. If we've got any surprises coming our way.
Yeah, we're going to hope so. I'm just giving the last few minutes for people to check in, because I did see that somebody tried to register with a set deck, but they're one of the two people who have not checked in. So that would be the game that I'd love to grab up for us. But we'll see where we are in just a few moments, and I'll start getting people seated, and then we'll jump in. But it's going to be really exciting. We're a bit of a more of a casual event, so we're looking to have a bit of fun with this, and basically just see what people are playing and just have a bit of fun casting. And you'll get to experience a bit of the metagame. We do have some heavy hitters, people like Ben, Big Ben, who's been a finalist for Thursday Night Fight Nights. We've had other players that have won other big online tournaments, so it should all be a little bit of fun.
I mean, I'm happy to be in a space where you've got people who are definitely trying to refine down, their Kaiser play. I guess you can put it that way. With other people trying to establish themselves and get them, find some different angles that maybe wouldn't necessarily be completely consistent on a big stage, but in this kind of environment, maybe they'll show us something surprising.
Yeah, I mean, the format has been largely dominated by Kaiser. But that's just the way it is. Like, it's such a very powerful deck. You get to ignore a lot of the power costs, which means you get to play all of the best removal spells. You've got access to an excellent chosen champion. It's not a surprise that it's doing really, really well. Although, interestingly, this week, nobody has registered with Master Yi, which is considered the second best deck in the format. So that is actually quite interesting. So actually, I've just paired it. Unfortunately, our set player has not registered. So I will grab us a different one.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm very surprised to see Master Yi not in the mix, because my understanding was from the most recent Shanghai event that it was still an even split between Kaiser and Master Yi players as to who was making it into the top 8. But I don't know. Maybe
Absolutely,
the four players got something else going on.
It definitely was. The thing with it is that it might be considered a little bit boring for players to play. You get on a point and basically say, I let my opponent do everything, and then I just stop them. And that's kind of like how you potentially play, like one of the ways you play Master Yi. So people are just kind of like, all right, if Kaiser's the best deck, am I really going to spend a bunch of time? Also, accessibility for Master Yi is quite hard to come by on paper, because the Proving Grounds aren't as easily accessible. And the Master Yi in that set is apparently, on the secondary market, I've heard this from various sources, worth as much as the actual Proving Grounds itself, just for the legend. So
I've heard that, yeah, you can. I'm just going to double check if that's still the case, because you're right.
It's probably come down.
It is absolutely crazy. I think that's because I remember, because the Lee Sin, like the champion himself, is, I don't think, like especially expensive, but I think it was let's see, so the blind monk himself is basically effectively free. And oh no, sorry, what am I talking about?
The blind monk, I was about to say.
I was like,
he's got like loads of goggles. He's definitely not blind.
Yes, okay. Yeah, it's currently, I think what it is this is good news, Matt. This is good news, because I see the curve on car market start to turn downwards. I think we may be past the peak, because it's gone from 28 euros minimum to now about 20 to 20 euros. So I think nature is healing.
Nature is healing when you're basically, you've got Annie also in that box, right? But if you just want to buy on the secondary market, you just want to get your Master Yi, you're almost going to pay as much as you would for the entire box set if you got in early.
Yeah. No, it's a real shame. Like, I actually kind of feel a little bit bad for Riot at this point, because it's a pretty major mistake to put a very playable card in a starter set, because it's now specifically, not only is it massively overpriced, but it's also meaning that people like me, who want to be able to teach other people the game, don't have access to the Proving Grounds to do it with.
Yeah, I think they originally even said, and this is something a conversation I've had on a few of the other casts, is that it wasn't actually intended for the Proving Ground champions to be competitive, and then two of them are
Hmm.
so far beyond everything else that you just kind of end up in a situation where it's like you have to have the Proving Grounds if you want to actually have some proper testing with real cards, because you can't ignore Master Yi and you can't ignore Annie. Both of those decks are actually nuts. Your top three is easily Kai'Sa, Annie, and Master Yi. Well, Kai'Sa, then Master Yi, then Annie if you go by some of our online events. Although interestingly in China, nobody seems to be really playing Annie. It's a very
Hmm.
underrepresented deck. But the interview I did was sold out. I am a believer, and I do think Annie is as good as that. And then below that, you've got things like your Aries, your Misfortunes, your Sets, and a lot of these other decks that are good, but they're just there's little niggly things in there that prevent them from being top tier. So yeah, let me just grab the connect code and I'll get us over to the table.
Wonderful. Mage Armor, lovely to see you along. I'd love to hear what other people are kind of thinking at the moment, but I mean, I'm hoping that just to, I guess, to cap off the previous point, I hope the lesson learned in the future is that if anything is in future starter sets, it's also like Champions and things like that. It's also reprinted at common in the main set to make it so there's never going to be a world in which it's hard to get hold of any of those cards in case this situation arises again.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that at the very least they got the overnumbered versions of Yi and Annie and Lux. Garen, hit or miss. They actually have those.
Hmm. Oh, and Cedra wants us to acknowledge Darius as well, which I think is valid. If to go back to the conversation about
You know, that's
some of
fair.
the
Yeah.
other ones being played. Like Matt, I'm sure you've plenty of experience with this as well. I think we've maybe even had this conversation before, but being in a tournament, going up against something like a Darius deck, where you know that if this deck hits, it's just gonna beat me. It's such an awful experience to have as a tournament player.
Oh god, yeah, yeah. It was just like, oh, this baited hook card seems pretty interesting. Yeah, what's good with that? And then it's like, oh, yeah, you've just turned that recruit into a Vanguard captain because you were standing on Trifarian War Camp. Oh wait, now you've turned it into a Spectral Matron or Darius. This is disgusting. And yeah, like when hook goes off, it goes really, really hard. But yeah, there's other times where it totally misses. So I'm just trying to get the direct connect code for our match. It seems like our two players have jumped in and they probably DM'd each other the code, which is not helpful for us.
Ah,
But yeah, I'll just chase that down. So do bear
okay.
with us while we do our little pre-ramble before we jump over to the table. Wonderful. Thank you. So let me just get this connect code. And
All
then
I'm
I need to set
saying
myself to spectator.
into the chat is I pulled reinforce a green spell from a pack recently, and I was like, this kind of reminded me of a more balanced version of baited hook. I don't think
Yeah.
anyone knows what that card does because I've never seen anybody play it ever. But there's actually like a bunch of cards in the set that I don't think I've seen anybody use. I didn't even realize that Malzahar was in this set until recently.
Malzahar, I really want Malzahar to be good. Um, it's just a case of you kind of only really get to enjoy it in purple or chaos right now, and we're in a bit of a situation where you've only got Timo that fits that slot, which is perhaps not the best option. I'm looking forward to set two when we get some more options, and then Malzahar wants to be destroying treasure trove or cashing in
Hmm.
those scraps and drawing additional cards. Um, with it. So yeah, let me just double check and see because we've got the direct connect code. I'm just going to pop over to their room real quick and figure out what's going on. Just give me 1 second.
Oh, I don't know if the stream can still hear me actually. I'm going to assume based on what I'm looking at the stream, rather than I can. But yeah, I was thinking about trying to grab hold of some stuff like Karthus, Malzahar, anything else I can find off that's of that kind of ilk, just things that feel like they are built around cards for later sets. Oh, thank you, Mage Armor. But yeah, we should have a good fun going for things. I think today, looking at the previous tournament, which was won by Prismaticism, I think Denny coming in today is our highest performing player from that tournament. As Matt mentioned, Big Ben should be accomplished as well. So Bryson, I think, is still in the tournament. And as a TFT caster, I'm delighted to say almost certainly, if this is the same Bryson, and hopefully there's not two different Bryson players, if it is, this is actually a TFT player who has played at the World Championship level in that game. And TFT is broadly just a card game with a more complicated battle mechanics built in. So I'm excited to see what Bryson can show us here. Everybody else, if anyone knows, I'm not familiar with everybody who's playing, but if anyone knows any other of the folks, there's Jibs, Iritorum, Terrasadon, Ganzrax, New, Violet, Spore, Andraste, and then Denny and Bryson I mentioned before. If anyone has any insights on those players, please do let me know, because I want to hear the hot goss about these players and see who would be winning out today. I think we've got 4 rounds by current plans. I think theoretically we could have 5 rounds of play, but by the time we get to a 5th round, I think it's going to be pretty clear who's won the tournament anyway. So we won't worry too much about that. Yeah, to go back to the meta stuff, as we were talking about before, we've got ourselves Master Yi, we've got Kaiser. In this tournament, for some reason, we don't have Master Yi. I don't really know why that would be the case, but I'm excited to see what fills the spots. Spoilers, I think we are going to be bringing in something a little different. There we go. I think our first game is ready to go, so I'm sure Matt has got for us one of our more spicy matchups for round 1.
Yeah, I've actually just grabbed a game that was ready. I've got to start our clock as well. And yeah, so there's a small bug with the TCG Arena, which is if you connect second, like a lot of the cards end up getting hidden. So I will just quickly reveal those cards in just a second. We're just going to get the player names on the screen.
Sure.
But yeah, it's looking like it's going to be Kaiser versus Teemo. I can tell by the runes what's going on. We're a little bit deeper into this game.
Okay. So let's see. Yeah. So top players, couple of Raven Blooms. Looks like there's going to be spending a lot of time trying to clear the board out. I suppose, well, we can see there's already 3 points to 0. So it looks like a Kaiser player is trying to keep the pressure down, but I think we just had something a little too big for the Kaiser to do, which just drop.
Yeah, it's for 8 runes we've not actually deployed the cards. We are going to see Falling Star, and we've got our mech, which is a huge unit. It has 8 might base with 0 power cost, which makes it pretty good into Kaiser, because Kaiser has to commit a lot of resources to actually kill that. It's at least a 2-for-1, and that was a Falling Star as well.
Was that 2 Falling Stars?
It was Falling Star, and I believe probably Smokescreen, but I did miss it. Let me just get this table up, and then
well, let us know, chat. I think we just missed that one, but it was, as you said, a big commitment of resources. And so Thousand Tales Watcher is still alive. Christ.
Yeah, so one of the things is, if I press that show hidden cards, we'll see that the 2 face down cards, which is going to be a Teemo and a Teemo Legend, and then we've also got the Kaiser Legend. But if I press that, we'll also reveal the players' cards in their hand. So for the integrity of this match, I'm not going to press that button. But what will happen when we get to game 2 is that everything will load correctly. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit interesting to see if we can get that fixed.
Okay. Oh, we've got Bryson playing in this game. Okay. So, as we were talking about before, Bryson, very accomplished TFT player. No surprise at all to see him bringing out something pretty meta. So he's going up to 6. He's got the Kaiser in play. I think at this point our Teemo player might well be too far behind to really get established and really start generating enough points to matter here in game 1.
Yeah, Teemo is a champion hold deck. So your goal is to get to a location and make it as miserable as possible for your opponent to get onto there. Or you start just getting through your deck as quickly as possible, so that when you do have control of the game, you just have Mundo stand there doing slash dance on the point, and your opponent just kind of has to look at him going, I hate Mundo. And if you are massively behind in that situation, it's very difficult to catch up, especially when Kai'Sa can move so fast. Like now the Kai'Sa player, even though they don't have a lot of cards, they can just sit in their base building an army and then run you over when they draw a Thousand Tail Watcher or their Darius. And we are going to be seeing game one going to Kai'Sa.
All right. Well, I guess, yeah. I think, as you were saying, the problem there was the Teemo player just went really far behind. So Bryson played crazy aggressive with that removal. But ultimately, yeah, it paid off just so far ahead. I believe was in a position to just go and take the last points in the game. So Teemo player, Irritorum, just going to get out of the way immediately and get onto game 2.
Oh, I'm seeing something interesting, which might be a little bit of tea. So Brian Kibler, who's a Hearthstone player and was a very big Magic the Gathering player, was on one of the testing teams for Riftbound. And the team that tested the Proving Grounds team and the team testing Origins were apparently different teams. He play tested Origins and never saw the Proving Grounds cards. Those cards weren't included in any of the testing that they did, which meant that when they were doing the internal testing, Master Yi, Annie, Lux, and Garen, and the exclusive cards like Flash and stuff like that would not have been in that card pool, which would explain a lot. But that's kind of a surprise that those two are the flagship products that you're launching with, and they've not been tested. Again, this is just a tea that I'm kind of here. I don't know if that's 100% confirmed, but Kibler apparently confirmed it on his stream. Although for legality reasons, I'll say allegedly Kibler has said this on stream. I would actually want to go check. I've just got to dance around.
I can see a world in which that happens just because the mandate will be given to the Proving Grounds, designers to say this stuff should all be non-competitive. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, oh well. I guess live and learn. All right, we're into game 2 though. It looks like our players are ready to go. And look, no visual bugs. Amazing.
There we go. See, it works. You just got to reveal the 2 battlefields to see what we're going to be fighting over. It's going to be Reaver's Row, Kai'Sa going second, most likely. And Bandle. Oh, this it's basically our hometown. This is what we built the entire branding around for the Bandle Blitz. Bandle City allowing you to hide 2 cards at this location, which is obviously very, very good for Teemo if you're playing quite heavily into that hidden strategy. I think the problem with Teemo is that you'd want to play on Bandle City more than one game if you're going that far into the hidden strat, but you can't. So if you go too far in, you end up with a bunch of hidden cards where you're like, oh, cool, I can only really play like one of these a turn unless my opponent's triggering them. So it's kind of difficult to play too many hidden cards without going down lines of things like Ava, I think it is, which lets you play cards that have hidden for 1 power instead of their energy cost immediately, which is supposed to be how we offset the disadvantage to having too many hidden cards. But you could just also not play too many hidden cards and not have that problem. So that's kind of how Teemo's developed. And it would be great if we could see some more of the hidden shenanigans, but it very much feels like the way to go is Dance Dance Revolution window with a tiny bit of hidden that you can use with your Ember Monks. Also for
Ember Monks, I mean, this is a pretty good start here for.
Yeah, I'd like this as Teemo. Yeah, this is an incredible start. You've gotten that point. Kai'Sa is. It's going to be difficult for Kai'Sa to take that back, even if you go Falling Star here, because if the face down card gets flipped, it's going to pump the Ember Monk, and the Ember Monk is going to be going up to some silly numbers. You've also got the Traveling Merchant that's hovering around on that location. You could accelerate the Kai'Sa and push the Electro Yordle. Yeah, we're going to see the Falling Star putting 3 damage on each. So that won't be enough to kill the Ember Monk. But as long as we hold back that hidden card for a little while longer, we can bait more out of our opponent. Because our opponent, like their best spot now is to just try and see what your hidden card is with Stupefy or Hedge Tech. Yeah, that is going to be enough to take this
Okay.
down because we're going to draw 2 cards, get +2, but that would be still enough to take out the Ember Monk. But that was a big commitment from Kaiser. That was 2 power being played to take it down. But the Bandle City has been cleared out, and we will be able to score with the Lectra Yordle, and we're putting it on Reavers, which means that you're gonna be able to take advantage of the defensive ability of Reavers. Meaning that Lectern Yordle is going to stick around to attempt to score again a little bit later. So now Timo has to get back on the field as this little bunker got busted. But that was quite a big commitment from ISA player. Zedbrosion. I don't know how to say that. Zedbrason. There you go. Thank you for correcting it. Also, for the people in the chat wondering, Cedro says BBL. So that apparently means Bandle Blitz Lovers, which is a little bit of our internal testing team on the server. And I tried to say I don't like that name because people are going to think Brazilian butt lift. But then the other suggestions I got were even more outrageous. So I was like, you know what? Of all of these terrible suggestions, this is the least bad one. So I imagine you may see some team t-shirts in the future at a regionals of just Timo dropping this massive dump truck on a pole or something like that. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm not the artist. That's what Uni Not
Don't make
Quite
any
does
promises you can't be sure to keep, Matt. Is all I'll say. We got another monk coming out. As you said, we've seen Bryson playing game 1 incredibly aggressive, whether that be with a BBL or otherwise. I still wonder if we end up in the same situation as before, which is that Bryson gets ahead on points, and Irritorum just never really manages to keep anything on the field for any amount of time.
Oh, walking that Ember Monk straight into a Void Seeker is disgusting. You need to have Fight or Flight here. Or Flash. It would be super bad if this gets killed. That's 2 of the Ember Monks down, and those are some of your primary hold units, so I'm concerned. I'm definitely concerned.
All very concerned. Okay, so good news is that despite the fact that Bryce has been trading really well, I still think it still baffles me how Kaiser can manage to maintain such good hand size when just flinging removal continuously. We've actually got a hand which has got enough creatures, so we might actually be able to out-body what's going on from Zabroyson's side if they don't have too many more immediate good removal.
Yeah, Kaiser gets to hold on to so many cards because almost all of its cards say draw a card, or your chosen champion draws cards when it conquers. So we're going to end up with like almost a 3-point deficit this turn, a healthy amount of runes, and a good grip size for Kaiser. This is very heavily tilting towards Kaiser, even though we've got the 2 Raven Blooms down and the Lecturing Yordle for Timo. It's going to be a little bit tricky because you've got to catch up, and Kaiser is very good at gunning things down. But yes, Dazvi, BBL means Brazilian butt lift. It's how you make your glutes look bigger than they are without actually going to a gym. It's it's an option. I just recommend more squats, but everybody does something different.
Well, I mean, if Bryson is doing a squat every time he removes a unit, then he's going to have himself an absolute unit. We got three units. All right, Singularity. Now we're finally getting to see some far back from Irritorum's side of things. Retreat is, of course, absolutely filthy and invalidates a lot of what you'd be doing otherwise. I want to take a second to recognize, I love that Kaiser can also play the retreat card along with infinite removal.
Yeah. The developers decided that Kaiser was going to be the best deck, and they made sure of it. Let me just make sure there's no judge calls or anything like that to worry about. No, looking good so far. But yeah, Retreat, very, very strong card. Just pick a unit up. The main thing is if you grab one of your Accelerate units, that unit's going to be able to impact the board immediately when you get to play it again. And you also get to ramp a room, which puts you in Time Warp territory if you want to, although it's very early in the game, and you're not really in a position to do that. But we could be very comfortably playing Thousand-Tailed Watcher, and that, if you tap out here, your Raven Blooms are going to be a little bit exposed. But we do have 2 hidden cards on Bandle City.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is one of the ones where you are a little bit ahead just because you can just reveal your hiddens and hopefully have an answer or some way to push the power. So we've seen a lot of the falling stars. You just have to commit in both sides of that to the one Raven Bloom to guarantee they die, and then maybe that wouldn't end up being the case after all. I mean, we're still in a different space than we were before, man. You know, Irritorm is up on even points with Zabroyson, and Zabroyson doesn't really have a whole lot going, at least on board.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those interesting ones. Like, I really like the card Singularity. I think it's definitely got a home in some of the more aggressive mind decks. It's kind of weird. And it's too expensive to really fit into the control decks like you'd expect it to, because the 2 power is basically I pass an entire turn's worth of energy. Dash V, sorry, I will make sure that I get your name correct. I'm going to earn that follow by saying your name correct on stream. And I do appreciate that. Team are able to level the score, but yeah, before I got distracted by my own inability to read English language, that the cost of Singularity is so big that it kind of only really makes sense if you're already winning to tap out to deal 6 to 2 units. So it's great when you've already scored a bunch of points, you've got a good hold. There we go, we got the follow. There we go. Happy for that. And I find it quite difficult where like you're behind and you go, cool, I'll tap out and then I'll kill your 2 units, and your opponent goes, cool, I'll play 2 units, and you go, oh, okay, so I'm back exactly where I started in this case. So that's where Singularity is a bit of a problem. Obviously, if you're playing Seals, that changes the conversation a little bit, but we've seen that Seals have been shockingly underrepresented, considering how the rarity level they were given. I would have expected us to see a lot more of Seals in decks. I think Riot intended us to use Seals a lot more than we are actually using in competitive play. Like at the moment, you're kind of just seeing it in outlier decks like Jinx or something, because you just want to find quick ways to empty your hand. But or Darius is playing the 1 copy of Seal to trigger Legion abilities when using Vanguard Captain, because that filthy turn 1 play where you play the Seal and then you use the Legion energy from your Legend, and then you go ahead and play Vanguard Captain, and then the song of your choice plays over the ending credits of your life because you've won everything. But yeah, other than that, Seal's not really seeing a ton of play, and that's kind of like where you would offset some of those costs for things like Singularity. Like even Kai'Sa, that kind of ignores power costs, chooses not to play Singularity. So that kind of gives you an interesting indication on how playable that card is. It's also kind of awful to play into body, because if they have Unyielding Spirit, you just kind of pick up your cards and go home. That is a brave push with the Kai'Sa. I'd have to guess that there's another retreat ready to back up here. This Kai'Sa, right. But we're just going to see a Fight or Flight.
I mean, it's straightforward. It gets the job done. Of course, with the Reaver's Row means that the Raven Bloom student goes retreated back there. So again, we are seeing a very different game from Irritorm in game 2. The resources are staying in play to be able to pass through the turn and come back with anything on the board at all means that we are on an entirely different planet than the first game.
Yeah, this is a much better position for the Teemo because the card levels have been balanced out. Our rune count is in a pretty good spot. I would have been in favor of flipping up the Teemo there to take the Kai'Sa out. If your opponent decides to take the Teemo over the more valuable Ravenbloom student, just to stop you using your Legend ability to pick it up, and then just holding on to that Fight or Flight. I'm not sure if that would have been my preferred option, because you'd have been able to pick up the Teemo again in this situation, and the value of that Fight or Flight is pretty high when you're playing against things like Darius, but there is an army in that base, and Thousand Tail Watcher is a card. And we are on a weird points deficit here, where we're on 5 instead of 6, which means we can't win the game next turn. Whereas Zabroyson, am I saying that right?
Zabroyson.
Okay, Zabroyson. Damn it. I keep reading the name, and then all of a sudden the pronunciation just flies out the window.
Out, to be fair.
Is going to be able to go from this turn up to 6, and then threaten up to 8 on the following turn. And then you've also got that Kai'Sa to potentially pick up more cards. The meta for Kai'Sas have gone a bit weird. Originally, Reaver's Row was considered I want to get here first, but a lot of Kai'Sa players are quite happy to have kind of switched to now wanting their Reavers when they go second. So they get to remove something and then move into it and then take advantage of the defensive thing before your opponent. And that's super different because before it was a case of like get down, get onto it, be able to get the unit back. But lots of Kaiser saying, I want to go second with my Reavers. Reavers is my go second battlefield now. So the game, even with these kind of micro changes, it does dramatically change how the games play out.
All right. Well, we've got the moves being made by Bryson. So as you said, we'll be a little bit behind the curve here, but I mean, he's still got a very healthy hand. I suppose the big difference is, yeah, we're being behind now. He's forced to deal with the Bandle battlefield, whereas if he was ahead, he wouldn't necessarily have to.
Yeah. Oh, this is also really painful. So we get to push that Poro in, which has deflect, the Pouty Poro, and this little Poro basically taxes you if you decide that you want to try and remove it. And so the difficulty you get is then if you want to stupefy, you're going to have to pay a power cost. And the Raven Bloom is kind of only sitting on 2. So we've had to use the Tide Turner to port a less valuable unit over. But I would have liked to have kept that Lecturing Yordle where it could have challenged a bit more of a problem for that Kaiser. But we do have Stupefy now. So we did have it, and obviously we ran into that problem with the Pouty Poro, where if we want to use it, we just end up in a situation where we end up paying attacks, which we probably could have afforded, to be fair. Like, you have to wonder if you didn't want to use the Stupefy on the Pouty Poro. Okay. So we're going to, because of the Stupefy, we can now gust away the Kaiser. I don't like that, because the Kaiser could just be accelerated straight back down, but our Raven Bloom is now on 4.
It does seem like Irritorum is going. You're right. It seems like a kind of suboptimal, I suppose, in the direct, but I think at this point, Irritorum is just trying to like burn out the remaining time that Zabroyson has in the game and try and sneak out a game to win to bring us back to 1v1, even if they run out of resources otherwise.
Yeah. If I was a betting man, my money's on the Kaiser right now. Like, I think it's kind of a little bit tricky to, as Teemo, to get back into this. I mean, you kind of want one of those face down cards to at least be a Consult the Pass to try and get some of the cards up. We've decided that our high rune count is very important to us, so much to the point of where we just throw a bunch of cards pushing a Kaiser back to our opponent's hand. And then we do actually commit to using the Reavers to retreat the Raven Bloom, which lets Kaiser draw a card. This is not looking good for Teemo.
I wonder if Irritorum is just I guess I'm trying to be optimistic in terms of how things are going, because I mean the good news is Bryson, unlimited resources, Kaiser on the field, probably a handful of removal, but ultimately is still ahead on point. Or ideally will be still ahead on point. Still has the 2 hidden cards. I guess the big problem is not having anything or having almost nothing left in hand.
Yeah, it's just a case of like the number of options that you have available to you right now is very limited. We are quite heavily committed to the board, but on our board, it's a bunch of weenies, and we know that Kaiser does come to a knife fight with actual cannons. So we're going to see how that plays out. I hope Teemo is going to fight the good fight, but I'm skeptical of being able to close the game out.
I do like this from Zabroyson, though. It's going to do a couple little feint moves in here with some of the smaller creatures or smaller units to try and draw out some of the spells. Interesting. Just uses the retreat to get a little bit more. The retreat. Oh, I think I got confused there, Matt, as to where the retreat was actually coming from. But I guess ultimately, Irritorum does retain control of Bandle, so goes into the next round, still ahead on points, 2 cards in hand, and I'm probably reasonable assuming one of those hidden cards will be a draw too.
Yeah, at the very least, we know one of them is Teemo, because the champion slot is empty on Teemo's side, and I think we saw that directly get hidden. So what we either do is try to set up to conquer the Reaver's Row next turn, or we have to take it this turn and then really hold back Bandle City. We're going to see retreats. That's probably going to be Clyde Turner, yeah, or as I like to call it, Tina Turner.
do you actually do that?
I do that whenever I'm playing. I don't know why. It just helps me remember stuff when they get little funny names. Like when I was living in Germany, I remembered the hamburger, like beef burger. I couldn't say the word, but it looked like rend flesh. When you read the word, it was like Rinderfleischen or something. And I was like, oh, that's hamburger because you rend flesh. And that's kind of how I was learning the language, was from these weird little connections I could make that only made sense in my head. Ooh, I like this.
So maybe this is what Irritorum's been building towards the entire game, because we were talking about how resource-wise this was not matching out on one side to the other. Irritorum was burning tons of resources, but this changes everything.
Yeah, we just saw Time Warp getting thrown away. We saw Stupefy, Hedge Tech Ray. Of course, we're tapped out on Zabroisen's side, but we're going to be able to score to 7, and then we're going to force our opponent to come out and play because they have to take both of these sides. So we didn't see a Thousand-Tailed Watcher. So of those 4 cards, it's very likely that Thousand-Tailed Watcher has just been drawn. But one of the cool things with hidden cards is that they will come out, cards like Teemo, after the Thousand-Tailed Watcher is actually resolved, unless you can force your opponent to use them early. So you don't get stung by that -3 might ability.
Yep, no, that's a really good shout. But I love this game played by Irritorum. Like we've been, I think, being caught. I think it's a sign of a well-played control deck that the opponent and the people watching it as well in us are being caught off guard by what you are doing. And for Irritorum to be on the brink of getting this game 2 down, I think it's wonderful. Like, I'm absolutely here for it.
I mean, yeah, I'd love it if Teemo bring it back, but I'm skeptical. But I now do see a hope. Falling Star. Interesting that you don't go for both of the cards on the Bandle City to force some of these reactions off of the Bandle City.
Oh, a reaction. Okay. Irritorum must have something very specific in mind. There's quite a lot of runes open. There's the 2 hidden cards. I think maybe Zabroisen was hoping for a bigger reaction there, as he said.
It could be Falling Star. 5 runes up. Deal 6 damage to a unit, 0 power cost. We still got 10 open, so we could Time Warp into Thousand-Tailed Watcher. That would be very hard to beat, especially with our little armada sitting in base. We could just play the Thousand-Tailed Watcher and go for game here, but we'd have to push through 2 hidden cards and 5 open runes. Be a bit risky.
We go.
Yes, I like Sprite Mother. That gives us enough runes to actually contest our opponent's hidden stuff. Also, thanks Pandy Andy, which is a great name, by the way, for joining the team.
Well, if Pandy Andy were playing this, I'm sure they would be throwing in, individual units one at a time just to, well, I guess not fully. I think we're not going to be seeing a full-on attack from everybody because, of course, Ravenbloom could conceivably get relatively large here. We've still got quite a lot of runes open on both sides.
Yeah, I'd imagine if we've got Gust, we're probably going to play it on the Sprite. Happy to push that little Sprite away. Our opponent has played 2 cards, so... No, they've just played the Sprite Mother this turn. They haven't played anything else. They could still follow up with Darius. No, they've played the Falling Star as well, so if they play Darius, it won't ready. Oh, we're going to Fight or Flight, push the Sprite away, which is going to increase the Ravenbloom, and then Ravenbloom's going to go up to 3 might and be able to clean up this Watchful Sentry, who's in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Let's see. So we've got 5 power left back in base for Zabroisen to make another push in. I mean, we can. I guess we can be pretty safe in assuming that the Ravenbloom is going to end up being, 4 or 5 by the time all of the spells are played out.
Yeah, we're all in on this plan. We know Teemo is just 4 might in waiting. And so we've got another Sprite Mother. We can try again. We're definitely trying to force it, but we've only got 2 runes open for Kaisa, and Teemo is +4, so we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've got exactly 7 if Teemo gets flipped, but if there is a Stupefy. That's a good start because Ravenbloom's going to get one bigger, and we're going to lose one might over on the Kaiser side.
Okay, I'm trying to remember where we are at the moment. So that's the second spell in for so 4 off of that, and as you said, the Teemo Strategist being the hidden card and whatever we've got in hand. We are starting to run out of conceivable options for Sir Bryson.
Ooh, that is a snap card. We don't see this one very often. Sprite's cool. It just puts a ready free might sprite into play. So we just get to add free power to the board, and then also the Ravenbloom student is going to get another +1. So we're now at 6 defending, and then Teemo 10 defense.
Okay.
Opponent's going to need a smoke screen.
If I would be kind of surprised if the Bryson doesn't have something left here, because nothing so far seems to be, I mean, outside of the sprite call, like majorly surprising.
Yeah, in fact, even smoke screen doesn't get there. That only puts you down to 7 versus your 6. So smoke screen just loses you the game on the spot if you play it. Teemo might actually get this holdout. What have we got? We have got the smoke screen. Oh, we put this down to 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got no -4 from 10. Sorry, we've got, so we should be on 6. No, Teemo's on 4. The Ravenbloom is on 6. Yeah, it's 9. But we can't get a hold point off of the sprite token, so we've not actually won here.
No. So all the sprites going in the bin.
That is huge. I just for some reason was like, oh yeah, you can't win off of a smoke screen. It's like, wait, sprite tokens can't hold. It's like, yeah, that's actually a perfect card for this situation.
I just do think that the Teemo deck generally is not incredible at getting back onto points quickly and getting re-established, though. So I'm not sure if Irritorum's got the ability to really defend the Bandle, and get set up to stop the Royson from just winning next time instead.
Yeah, I mean, you could have Fight and Tail Watcher Sprite Mother, and that would give you 2 accelerated units and exactly enough runes to take both points. In terms of other accelerate options, Teemo might play Ride the Wind. But yeah, we'd need to get onto a point and also catch the other one. I don't believe we get the turn back to us if we pass and we don't win this turn.
No. Well, I mean, Reba's Rose, of course, is going to protect the Kaiser from anything too nasty coming their way. So, okay, couple of recycles. There's the Thousand Tales Watcher. So we'll have someone on Reba's Row. I don't imagine... I guess we're probably going to be just throwing our hidden card down here as well.
Oh, we did play Ride the Wind. Never mind. We're going to game 3, baby.
We were all just pawns. Pawns, I say, in Irritorum's hands. That was a spectacularly played game.
Yeah, that was really well played because I did not see hope for the Teemo player, and then they somehow managed to snatch victory off of that invert timelines. Was huge. A game that should have been like completely unavoidable. I was like, oh geez, Rick, I don't know, and then I'll just draw 4 new cards and see how it goes.
Damn, that card's so cheap as well. Just 3 and 1 Chaos Rune. Amazing stuff. Yeah, Unknown, that was a hell of a game. It's always exciting when you see someone sit down with something non-meta and say, if you're willing to play this at all, you must know it really well, because you're going to have a miserable time unless you are playing much, much better than your opponent is under most circumstances.
Yeah, that is actually kind of a solid point where you could if you sit down in front of somebody and they're playing one of these casual decks, usually that is a line where you go, okay, this is a free round. And then the flip side to that is this person's had one job the entire format, which is playing this deck, and they are going to be a nightmare to fight. It's like fighting Galewinds on their Yasuo. And you're like, oh, it's just Yasuo. And then all of a sudden, like, why do all these bad things keep happening to me?
Yeah, no, they've played this matchup 1,000 times if you're playing the Kaiser, and you've maybe played it a couple of times. So, yeah, absolutely. They danced all the way through. What a great way to start off the night here at the Bandle Blitz. We'll see if Irritorum can make good of it, though. We're down to the final game, so I mean, I guess less surprises this time round, but I've really had my mind expanded as to what the Teemo deck is capable of.
A little domain expansion. It's good for some. I'm happy to see it though. That's for any of the Teemo lovers. Sprite's cool. I'm actually this card is growing on me. Knowing how good Sprite's mother is, was mostly because you get to score with it twice. But Sprite's cool, giving you that accelerated unit, allowing you to score immediately. Because what we can do here is set a hidden card, which is going to be the Teemo. We're going to ready our 2 runes at the end of the turn because of Targon's Peak. And then when the temporary trigger happens, we can flip up the Teemo when the Sprite token goes away, and then we get our hold point as well. So we've just made this point like really miserable to take.
Wow, I'm really glad you're here to know about this kind of stuff, because I'm completely lost on what Irritorum is doing. But yeah, it seems like they've got a mastery of every aspect of what we've seen so far.
Well, kind of fit. I would like to say that I'm a bit of a no-lifer, and this has become my life. It's mostly watching Riftbound, so this is where you pick up on all of these cool little tricks.
I gotta step myself up. So Kaiser coming out, I mean, to Bryson saying, I'm not messing around anymore. I'm here to just, slam in points early on and keep Irritorum doing what they most importantly did in the previous game, which is to get ahead on points and stay there.
We also denied Kaiser getting access to that Targon's Peak. Now, weirdly, when you fight Kaiser on Targon's Peak, it's very hard to beat Kaiser because Kaiser gets to develop and then remove all of your stuff whenever you try to interact with the board, so you fall further and further behind. But by denying that access, we end up with a situation now where our opponent has to kind of play in a more fair way. We get to use our legend to pick up the Teemo, and we get to reset it on Targon's Peak if we want to. And we can choose not to fight over the Dreaming Tree this turn, because it would have been an ideal situation to fight over the Dreaming Tree while your opponent's tapped out. Dreaming Tree is just very hard to attack into when your opponent has ready runes, although it's a little bit less so if it's Kaiser, because Cleave doesn't do anything on defense. But yeah, we're going to see a Hedge Tech Ray, which is going to force the Teemo out.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Come out of hiding, you little yordle.
The way you say it makes it sound like a bad word. But this is a good little yodel who wants to do his best. And to Bryson, I don't think we've even seen Darius so far. Is of course the most straightforward answer to just pile in and say, you know what? I refuse to be kept at bay by a tiny little, I want to say mushroom man. Oh, hold the phone. Is there a retreat in the offing?
We're going to get the double kill here, but we do have to pass for that. So our opponent's going to get potentially 2 points further ahead here, and also get the readying from the Targon's Peak. So if we've got another Accelerate, potentially Kaiser, although a lot of the Kaiser lists have just gone down to 1 Kaiser now, but we could have another Darius to follow up, or we could just build a little band of merry men in the base.
Ooh, double draw.
Double draw Dreaming Tree. I love that with Stupefy. It's just like Stupefy gains so much value on Dreaming Tree. It's kind of nuts.
I'm kind of curious. So this is a very, again, we've seen multitudes being represented in this first best of 3. First game, very different from second game. Now, third game, the Singularity actually landing and wiping the board. I mean, as you said, Bryson is building back resources pretty damn quickly, but I wonder if maybe Irritorum has given up too much momentum early on, because we can see behind him points massively, and we know the hidden deck doesn't like to have to be able to play across both battlefields to function.
Yeah, being at a points deficit does mean that the opponent gets to ignore the field you booby trap as much as possible. You have to go to them eventually. So it's going to be tricky, although I would say, based on Irritorum's opener, that was extremely strong. They had a very good start into one of Kaiser's preferred battlefields. So I can't complain too much from that. But yeah, we are, even with that great start, at a pretty big points disadvantage. And that's going to make this pretty tough.
It feels like the next turn coming up for Irritorum is going to be huge, because, as you said, both battlefields taken. Irritorum really needs to go, get onto one of them, get set up, get those hidden cards coming down, and somehow turn that into recovering, as well as Retreat is now worth a rune and a card as well. I mean,
Hmm.
infinite resources didn't actually save Zabroyson before, but in this case, it may be too much to handle.
Yeah, I would say if there's a battlefield that might get banned in the future at some point, it would be Dreaming Tree. I think of all of the battlefields, that is the one that is just kind of nutty, is it lets a lot of cards that were never balanced around having a draw effect on them suddenly become really, really good. In a game that has zero consistency, we've pushed up the value of card draw dramatically, and Dreaming Tree it gives a lot of decks access to card draw that they wouldn't normally have, and it's
Mm.
just kind of a bit of a nutty battlefield, especially with the interaction with Stupefy, which is stupid, as the name would imply.
Yeah, I mean, alongside that, with the decks which don't normally have draw, getting draw, in this case, decks that normally have way too much draw, just getting infinite power. 6 points already is really scary. But as I said,
Yes.
I really think that Irritorum, this particular turn is going to determine whether or not they can make it out of the series with a win. It feels like they're very far behind. I mean, they are far behind on points, but maybe they can surprise us again.
Kaiser on 6 with 8 energy open. That's double Void Seeker, Hedge Tech, double Void Seeker, even Smokescreen. That is a lot to say. That is holding up a lot of runes when we know Kaiser is quite unit heavy. Invert Timeline is going to bin out that hand.
Oh!
Going to force a reaction. Oh, whatever gets retreated is going to get discarded.
Yeah, that seems okay. If we're just doing it for the extra room, but I mean, if in terms of any card that could
Mundo.
be worthwhile, yeah, the Mundo, the Thousand Tails. Oh my gosh!
Oh, it was
Okay.
Void Seeker, Hedge Tech. Oof.
Yeah, I think you called it exactly what was coming, but Irritorum holds on. I think if anyone has done anything to earn themselves some fans here today, Bryson is putting out a solid shift, but Irritorum just keeps holding on by their fingertips.
Yeah, I find that quite interesting that we've gone all in on one side, as opposed to trying to take 2 points to catch up, because we're only going up to 3 points here for Irritorum. I don't think they've actually scored yet, looking at the score, so they should be on 3.
No.
I felt like you should have gone up to 4, but I guess that's trying to... I don't know the cards in hand there, and it's like, hey, how can I defend? And I guess the plan is to just defend 1. Oh, we could be holding up Ride the Wind, so we flip up our hidden card, and then Ride the Wind our Ember Monk over to Dreaming Tree when our opponent tries to step into it. And then we get the +2 from the hidden card. That could be an option.
Yes, and I think that fits very well in what we were talking about before, where you've got someone who knows their deck and what it's capable of in every facet. I suspect there are probably quite a lot of games which are won just because of the opponent not being aware that that's even a possibility you could do that.
Yeah. And I've got to assume that everybody's being good and people are not listening to us whilst they're playing. We do ask that our players don't do that, as much as we love commentating. We do appreciate people on stream. But if we're streaming your match, maybe don't have the sound on or to your own feature, just to keep things a little bit more fair and above board. Yeah.
I think if we can see it, they can see it 100%.
Yeah, this is why we don't play with revealed information on the stream, because it's just like, we want to bring it to you live, and we're going to see consult the past, draw 2 cards. And we do appreciate, and of course, at the same time, we like having viewers in the stream. It helps us get promoted and keep doing these wonderful events for you. So we're not going to say stop watching. We just say, can you stop listening if we're featuring your match?
Just
don't peek, just
between
minimize
doing
it.
the whole monkey holding the ears and the eyes. Just hold them over your eyes for most of the game, and then hold them over your ears for the rest of it. It'll be fine.
Oh, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil.
Play no evil.
And play no evil. Or Bankai, if you're a Bleach fan. And you may ask, what's the relevance for that? And it's like, I don't have one. I just think it sounds cool.
All right. Back to Zabryson. He's fuming. We don't know what the players are feeling, but we can ascribe feelings to them. And I think Zabryson, he's gone into an anime style rage. We can see the numbers, they're flickering around. And here come in the tide of immediate sprite. This is aggression.
Yeah, this is. I mean, we. Oh, we have. That's not helpful. I mean, if it'd be great if we had Gust. We just win off of. We win that exchange off of Gust, but yeah, we're gonna get beaten up by some sprites. They're just hanging around on the corner with their cans of Stella, and you walked into their neighborhood, and it was not good for our Ravenbloom. Unfortunately, our Teemo hero has failed to win the series, but they did pick up an impressive win in game 2, and that was an excellent watch. So great show from Irritorum and Zabracen, also very well played. Just not much to commentate there. You shot the mushroom man, as you're kind of expected to do. I try to think of just something more insightful to say, but
it's a mushroom cloud. I think
there's a mushroom cloud where Teemo used to be. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he has become mushroom. But I mean, however it went, let's say Irritorum in the chat saying it's a rough matchup.
Yeah, for sure.
I think we saw the best. Well, I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? If someone's playing something off matchups we've been discussing before, ideally we just see the best version of that, even if you have to try. You have to try very hard to get the best out of your deck and know every little intricacy. In this case, it still wasn't enough, but it made for a very entertaining show.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was the last game of round 1, so we'll get people paired up for round 2, and I will ask people nicely to not start until we tell them to. So when we do connect to a game, we catch it from the very beginning. So let me just post the pairings over in our little tournament chat.
Nice. Oh, I don't know. Well, I'll leave you to actually do the admin work for a second as to Terrace is on. Yeah, hi, my name is Pete. Me and Matt have known each other for on and off for a very long time from the Yu-Gi-Oh scene many moons ago. We've both been making our way through the world, and Riftbound, as it's brought so many people together, has brought us back together again.
I mean, I've known Pete for long enough for where my voice was still just about breaking when I was ordering a burger. It's like, can I get a burger? Can I get a, it didn't quite sound like that, but you get the idea.
I mean,
that's
my
how long I've known
voice
Pete.
still a little bit like that, so I don't know.
Oh, to be young again.
I don't know, man. I feel like there were some disadvantages there. I wanted to ask you if the admin stuff hasn't gotten too on top of you. I know you mentioned we've got a Teemo deck, which of course we've just seen. Can you remember what the other decks being played were that actually did make it into the event, apart from Kaiser, of course?
Yes. There's a Lee Sin that's currently on table 1, so that's definitely what I'll feature next. And not because we have a shirtless man who's just like very strong, but
wait,
I'm not doing myself any favors here. I'm kind of just making it worse. But no,
I was like, wait a second, where did that come from?
I can respect. I can unforced error. I can respect the grind. For
I mean, if you've seen Devil Teemo, you have seen an impressive, results of work. Of course, working out with set makes you bigger. I think is the phrase. I can't quite remember, but it's something to that effect.
Do you even lift, bro? And Lee Sin is definitely a deck that lifts. Hang on, let me just try this real quick.
Working out with set makes you bigger. Okay, thank you, internet. The first result for that, if you Google that, by the way, is what is the purpose of working out with set? Is it to become bigger? Let's see. So, we've had some results in so far. So, all right. So, first round is done. In fact, the one which we saw, channel viewers, was the only game that went to 3. So we did quite well. Ultimately, that was a really good 3-game series. Terracedon, who was in the chat before, 2-0 Spore. Ganstrax 2-0 Andraste. And Noah beat out Denny 1, which is impressive. Because as we mentioned before, of course, Matt, Denny 1 did very well in the previous tournament. So that's a big win to get in the first round. Right, while everything gets all right, I just realized I'm in this room by myself. I was talking to Matt the whole time. You guys let me know, like, what kind of decks are you playing at the moment? I am personally looking at a really interesting Jinx aggro deck, which was being posted about on Reddit, where it's using a lot of seals to be able to play there was the card. It was called the Sun Disk, being a red card. Let's see. Oops.
Hey, sorry, we're just connected to the game. I just realized I can't actually copy and paste from
Oh no.
through TeamViewer. So I've just got to get April to do it because they've got the whole setup for the stream and everything there. But I did just
Okay.
paste it in the Discord so we can connect to the game.
Wonderful. Yeah. So the thing I was talking about was there's a Jinx deck which I've been seeing making the rounds, which is using Sun Disk, which there was a content creator who I saw who was posting some videos about it. I haven't seen anybody using it online or in person, but it's a piece of gear that allows you to Legion cards in ready.
Hmm?
Oh, there you go. Unknown's using it as well. Yeah, it's a low to the ground Jinx deck that doesn't really use a lot of discard. It just it barfs out all the units really quickly and just kills decks very, very fast.
Yeah, Jinx. It's really interesting. I've actually, during my ramblings with our internal group, where I was talking about deck building concepts, and Jinx is a really interesting one. I'll probably do a video for that for the YouTube channel in the very near future. But essentially, you're competing against. Why would you not just play Annie? And that's what you're kind of up against when you play Jinx in those colors. And even with the ways you got that, you got your pillars of control, which is what can I actually control? Which is my legend, my rune split, the cards in my deck, and my chosen champion. And the things that you don't have to draw are things like the chosen champion. So, and then we get access to the signature spell, which is unique to Jinx. And the signature spell on Jinx is very good. Annie's is unplayable, but Annie's chosen champion is kind of nutty. Just rebuy any spell
Yes.
back from your discard, which is going to be the one to win the game. And Jinx, your chosen champion is a little bit tricky, as you've got Demolitionist, which is the accelerate assault 2, which is it hits very hard and it gets you close to where you want to go. I can see that Spore's in the game, but the opponent hasn't connected to the game yet, so we're just trying to get that connected up.
Okay. Well, yeah, I hope you get to experience the joy of the Sun Disk.
Oh yes,
in
Sun Disk.
your
That's
life.
what we were talking about, and I got distracted. Sorry. Sun
That's
Disk
right.
is a really, really cool card. And I love the fact that it lets you just come in with everything ready, as long as you can just meet the Legion condition, which usually you can. If you just play the Sun Disk, then play the next thing. Yeah, hang on. Let me just.
The way I've seen it being played out is that I'm trying to find the particular creator it was. So I don't want to talk about stuff that they've been put together without completely crediting them. But the sort of demo decks they did with the Sun Disk was really brutal. Like just using the Jinx draw to just be like, I'm always gonna have another creature. I can just plow my stuff into Kaiser and similar, and just overwhelmed by sheer volume of bodies. I was like, whew, when it works, it was really, really nasty.
Yeah, it's like when you're drawing 2 cards a turn as well, which gives you the stuff to hit the Legion off of it. All right, might have to pick a different feature. For some reason, we don't seem to be able to connect to the table that we want to. I'm not sure what's going on there. That's a shame. I wanted to see Leeson.
Oh, me too. Oh well.
Oh, I can see that. Yeah, sorry, just having some trouble with the lobby from Spore. Oh, we did get the connection. Hang on, we've got it. Haha, it's all going to go okay.
They were teasing us the entire time, just building anticipation. I understand what goes on behind the curtain.
Right, now I need to tell everybody they can start. And we've got this fancy little @participant. So a little a little Discord upgrade. That we now have participants because people got sick of being pinged for everybody every time we had a tournament, and there'd be like 5 or 6 pings.
Yes. I think it's one of those things that I think everyone learns over time with the the tournament organization. You just players are the best at knowing what they like and what they do not like. You just have to earn it by annoying them enough along the way.
Yeah. Right, yeah, the game is underway. We have got Lee Sin and Lee Sin Ascetic versus Kai'Sa. There we go, and that's
Right.
the little Discord noise telling us that we're ready to go. I believe.
Ooh.
Just want to see if I can figure out what these battlefields are. We're playing Dreaming Tree versus Dreaming Tree. Oh, interesting, double Dreaming
Nice.
Tree. This is the Ascetic builds. So actually, I shot a video today, and we did play a little bit of this on my stream last week when Jay was playing Lee Sin, and we did a little bit of a deck profile with it and the idea. I'm really excited to see a little bit more Lee Sin. I think it's a great entry level deck for the game in terms of like keeping a low budget whilst having an effective deck that can do stuff. Like the deck I built, I think ended up the recommended price is about €72 right now, which is like $76 or £68 or something to that effect. And I think Lee Sin's really cool in that regard. But yeah, let's see how this plays out. We are opening with the Pit Rookie and then using our Lee Sin to buff it up.
I mean, well, we talked about in the previous one how many cards you're going to be able to draw. So, I mean, going by the Shanghai Nationals one, we've certainly got enough cards to be able to work with. I'm interested to see. I know I've seen some people running block as a as an option.
Yeah.
So that's Shield 3. Well, I suppose most relevantly Shield 3 on a and tank as well as a hidden card, which I could imagine could really throw off the mask quite heavily for some of these Kai'Sa plays.
Yeah, block is just kind of one of those weird ones where it doesn't protect you from spells, which is what Kai'Sa mostly kills your units with. It's a very good anti-combat ability, which kind of just makes it. I don't think it has as much value because, like, if you go up to a point and you've got block, sure, I mean, with Dreaming Tree you can draw a card, so at minimum, you always get a card back out of it. But then if Kai'Sa goes, all right, I'll Falling Star you, you go, oh, I'll just lose my block as well then because it doesn't do anything. But oh, double Pit Rookie. We didn't hit a green rune, a calm rune, so we couldn't actually get our Ascetic into play.
Oh,
as we just couldn't pay the power cost. That is a huge setback.
Oh, that sucks. I suppose so on the other side from Andraste, we've got the Andraste. I'm assuming I'm using the Dragon Age pronunciations. That's the Falling Star. So we may end up in a similar situation before with Spore without the ability to play the defensive cards. We just end up getting a lot of the board wiped out and not being able to get themselves really started.
Oh, main deck, Unyielding Spirit. That is spice. That is spice, and it gets the maximum value out of being able to block a Falling Star. Yeah, I'm in the right kitchen. We're cooking up some food here right now. I'm looking forward to this meal.
Well, I mean, when half of the menu is Kai'Sa, I think it's a reasonable thing to be main decking some anti-Kai'Sa tech. But yeah, that is brutal. So, all right.
Is anybody not serving Kai'Sa in this restaurant? It's like, no, where do you think we are? We are in Benidorm. It's just fish and chips everywhere, even where we're in a Spanish city.
I mean, the wait staff are just rolling their eyes at us and be like, another Kai'Sa? How original. But I kind of feel like we're at the point beyond that point where they just don't even bother to be sarcastic anymore. But Andraste will go through and manage to get hold of the other Dreaming Tree. So even with the negation of the Falling Star, yeah, we're still going to recover resources and keep very, very healthy in that respect.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough because all of your removal effectively gets blanked for the rest of the turn. So you couldn't even follow up with a Hedge Tech Ray here to clear the other point. So we're guaranteed that hold point on our Pit Rookie. We finally hit one green rune, one calm rune. So we can afford to power for Lee Sin Ascetic, and we did already see one Falling Star coming down. Although I would assume if you're the Kai'Sa player, Sport, you may have held back one Falling Star waiting for Lee. And we did see that Unyielding Spirit played quite early on. So it'd be an interesting question to see. Does Lee Sin Ascetic get down? Yes, it does.
Okay. We got
to get that shirtless man doing squats as quickly as possible.
if we were on a Chinese regional stream, you could pretty much be guaranteed that we'd actually have an animation of that happening on the
This guy,
stream, just to make sure there's nothing left to imagination.
this guy's got so many. He's just got so many abs. Like you can actually see, like under his arm, he's got like a six pack. Like on his, I'm not sure what the muscle group is called, but it's like literally on like that part of your back towards the front. There's like an extra six pack. So whoever was drawing this card was just like, this is
Wait,
what
Matt,
I want people to look like.
you don't have one of those. I'm not
I have had before. I have had before, but I generally do that January through to spring. I get shredded, and then through summer I behave, and then autumn I have an absolute party. There we go. There is the second falling star. Do we get Unyielding Spirit number 2?
Ooh.
Yeah, we do.
We do.
Go home, Kaiser. We're not having any of that here. There's, you shall not pass. Lee Sin is just standing there. And the problem is that Lee Sin is going to get out of control very quickly in this deck.
I was going to say, like, of all the times to draw your two main decked Unyielding Spirits, at
this is the time.
Point, yeah, like you've crossed the threshold. Where, as I said, you potentially can now start putting Lee Sin out of reach of most of the removal, and then you've created a situation where the Kaiser's very much on Andraste's Kaiser is very much on the back foot, having to commit in multiple cards just to get rid of one of yours.
Yeah, it's a definite tough spot to be in, and the longer Lee Sin is just one of those cards that just keeps growing and growing indefinitely. We get to Sabotage. I like this play. The Sabotage is super important. Yeah, it's more about knowing what our opponent doesn't have, which is the real strength of Sabotage. And we do see the Acafian Rain. Now that we're 2 Unyielding Spirits down, I think we go, yeah, we get rid of that Acafian and banish that back to the Shadow Realm. You're definitely telling your opponent you have the 3rd Unyielding if you let them keep the Acafian.
You're like, it would be a flex, as much as this Lee Sin is flexing all day. Like, it would be a flex to leave that in there and just be like, you know what? I'm telling you that you're dead already. You just don't realize it.
Omoe Shindayu. Nani? You've watched Fist of the North Star, right?
I've seen that meme.
Okay, that's cool.
All right, so Andraste is gonna over to Dreaming Tree number 1.
Johnny Bravo impressions coming in.
I never saw Johnny Bravo, but I'm sort of tangentially aware that it's a thing. Hex Tech Ray. We knew that one was coming.
Yeah, we did see it, so I'm guessing Discipline. Yeah, Discipline, and we get the extra draw for Dreaming Tree, so it's a double draw.
Oh yeah, that's particularly nice, yes.
Rogue players unite. But we are getting 3 damage on, so yeah, we're currently winning by 1 point on the Noxus Hopeful.
Okay, I mean, I like it. I'm inferring from Piltover Archive having the Lee Sin deck that finished 87th. I'm assuming that's probably the one that did the best. That's really
high. There was 2,000 players at that event. So going 86th place with Lee Sin is an accomplishment, but this isn't the same deck. That deck was playing Lee Sin centered and is very low to the ground, buff up a bunch of stuffs, and then send in the lead that buffs everybody with buffs. So you just basically end up overwhelming them. This is a much more... I sit there constantly pumping up Lee, and then I guess that Andraste will play Mistfall, and they'll start making Lee Sin dance, because you can start moving between point to point by just every time you buff him, you can tap exhaust. Sorry, use the correct terminology. You can exhaust the Mistfall, which then readies the unit that you buffed, and then so Lee can go from battlefield to battlefield. And when he's gigantic, he's just literally like Saitama, just one punching everything.
I've not seen that combination being done, but that is really filthy. Okay, I'm here for it. So Andraste goes up to 3 points, which is even with Spore, but in terms of game position overall, I mean, it's just been like counter card after counter card after counter card so far. I mean, Andraste isn't exactly miles behind, but I think it feels like this is about as bad as it could have been going.
Yeah, I mean, even with you got to understand, like, from the Kaiser perspective, is even with their hand being matched card for card. Like Lee Sin has drawn Magical Christmas Land here. That the Kaiser is still in a reasonably good points position on points. They've got a Darius in hand. They've got another retreat in hand. We got to see their hand there. So we've had 2 Unyieldings and a Sabotage, and Lee Sin's now on the table, and they're still not in a terrible position. I think that just speaks to the volume of how powerful Kaiser is. Like, if we have Thousand Tail Watcher here, we definitely take 2 points if we want it. Or we can just go Darius, to be fair. We don't need...
Yeah, that's a Darius-shaped play.
Darius-shaped play. He's not friend-shaped.
No, this is never a friend. But I want to, as we see more and more coming out from Andraste, I kind of want to put it to you here about, like, how big do you reckon this Lee Sin is going to be getting, or will be pushed towards being, given that he's getting, like, 2 bigger per turn, before we will see Sport actually want to make use of them?
It's tricky. Realistically, you need to get Lee Sin to at least 10 before you push to a point against Kaiser, when Kaiser has access to Thousand Tail Watcher. So Lee Sin also has shield. A lot of people tend to forget that when they attack into it. So if you have 10 from buffs, because you have unlimited number of buffs, so you get your 5 buffs onto Lee. When they use Thousand Tail Watcher and trying to attack in, your shield will put you back up to 8, so that you'll beat the Thousand Tail Watcher. So going in early is a little bit tricky, but we are going to be able to take out this Darius with this Discipline, and we're going to get another draw too. But this Lee Sin is growing quite slowly. We'd normally want to see things like Arena Bar, or I'm just trying to think of other cards at buff. We're 100% playing Stand United, although that's more of a finishing card, and we're going to hype that up when it happens, and it will happen. I've got faith. But we want to get this Lee up. So this is why Lee didn't move, is because you're just basically risking it, and this becomes Protect the President on this deck, where it's like, this Lee Sin will win the game all by himself. He will hard carry the team, but he needs to farm. He's just currently in the jungle, collecting buffs and not actually contributing to either of the lanes.
Oh my gosh, you're right. It is exactly like League of Legends, where you're like, where's my jungler? We're getting slaughtered out here. And it's like, don't worry, just don't
Jungle
lose before. Yeah, well, just don't lose until he's finished farming up his 6-item inventory. And once that happens, he just comes through and just wipes the entire game. And afterwards you say, you know what? We won because of you, but I kind of wish that we didn't, because that
you
was
made me so angry. I was so angry, and then you just carried everyone. But we need to start putting some work in. But yeah, we're definitely going to outscale Kaiser's removal. It comes in. Opponents tapped out, so we don't have to worry about Smokescreen, which is another retreat number 2.
Okay. That's... I suppose it's...
How we get the Dreaming Tree draw as well.
If we're talking about the idea of trying to hit 10 as a good threshold number there, I suppose it's a sign for Andraste that they're starting to feel a little bit of pressure, that they're hurting their own Lee Sin scaling slightly, just to get more out onto the field and, of course, give more avenues to get Dreaming Tree draws.
Yeah, I mean, you can't wait any longer, to be honest. We were already a turn behind actually getting Lee Sin down because of the... Well, first of all, the matchup. If we would have got hit by that second Falling Star, which was there, we wouldn't have had the resources to protect it with the Unyielding Spirit. So we've basically had to play a turn behind, and then Lee Sin had to force that retreat to stop Kaiser from just scoring hold points. But we're in a good spot now. We've got Hourglass, so we've bought an extra life on that Lee, and Lee is defending as an artificial 10 might unit right now, which is, even if you go Darius Cleave into this, that Lee Sin will trade with basically trade Darius with Zhonya's. And we've kept 2 up, which is terrifying.
Yeah, all right. Andraste, I mean, so far, of course, we saw from our first round, just getting our players which are playing the off-meta decks coming into the tournament with the full intention, as Irritorum did in round 1, of showing us what these decks are capable of. But so far, so good. I mean, as you said, Andraste had an incredible opening hand to mess with everything. Sport had an incredible opening hand for messing with everything. I think the reason why I'm confusing myself is I think our names may be flipped round. That Spore is the Kaiser player Andraste
Yes.
is the Lee Sin player. This is why I kept being like, huh? Oh, I must have got the name wrong, and then changing it to the other person.
Oh, whoops. So we got the names back to front. But yes, Spore is playing Kai'Sa, and they're playing really well, and they're managing to hold their composure, despite the fact I would be raging if I ran into two main deck Unyielding Spirits. There's always the Kai'Sa players that complain about that card. That card is so broken. It's like, you're playing Kai'Sa. I get to have this
I
one
don't think
thing.
you get the ability to complain, because it's like you go to HR and like, and they pull out a folder like, come on. Like, you have got a folder about 5 meters thick at this point. I don't think you should be the one really raising a stink about anything.
It's like, I tried to eat their lunch and they've now put too much Tabasco in their sandwich. I can't enjoy their sandwich. You need to do something about this. And it's like, come on. They get this one thing. But yeah, I would be raging. Like, that would be very tilting. And you have to admire the mental fortitude to not let that dictate. But even with that start, we're at 6 points. And we've got a bit of a force. And now we put the situation where Lee Sin, despite being a great double conquer deck, once you get Mistfall, or we could use First Mate or Wallop to jump from side to side. If Kai'Sa takes one of these points and has Time Warp, which they are in range of doing, they will outright end the game, as they'll just score their 7th point, and then they'll Time Warp hold up to 8. And then you end up in that age-old question, do you play around Fox or do you play around Time Warp? Because you can't do both. But we're holding a lot of cards here, and we get our hold point. We're catching up, but we realistically need to get through this next turn without losing to Time Warp.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. I mean, having all the stuff left back of the battlefield, not accelerating the Kai'Sa, it does feel like, Andraste just in a spot where you've got good resources, you've got a good Lee Sin, you've had these amazing opening turns, you've everything you could ask for. I suppose the only downside here is that Zhonya's isn't really going to save you from losing the game at this point. Sure, you get to keep your Lee Sin, but you lose lose everything in the process. And we'll see what's going to come out during this round. I imagine it's going to be a little bit held back to make it easy as, Lee Sin number 2. Well, easy does it, I suppose.
It's like, oh, look at my reflection. My reflection is just as pretty.
Well, I will actually argue the point here, because this Lee Sin isn't as pretty. He's going to be spending a while before he's a relevant damage threat. I don't like this if I'm in an Andraste spot to say, I've got a creature that can do something next turn, but this turn doesn't do anything.
That telegraphed primal strength, we're just saying we lose to Time Warp, which what our opponent can do here is just all in that Dreaming Tree number 1 and go for a hold plan. We're not going to win a long game, so either we've got Time Warp, we could shove instantly, but I would be thinking primal strength. Like, it would be a bit mad not to think that. Oh, it is 10. It's Time Warp.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great effort. But yeah, you end up in that situation where it's either Fox or Warp. And that was drawn as well, because remember, we didn't see one off of Sabotage, so that came up 2 turns after Sabotage.
It's, well, I mean, that's the way the cookie crumbles. That's the reason why Kai'Sa is absolutely everywhere. You can play, you can do the whole Picard thing, you can make no errors at all and still lose. I'm glad at least that Spore was able to, or sorry, Andraste was able to show us a good game there, and you put yourself in a position where, I don't know if you remember this years and years and years ago, when back in Yu-Gi-Oh days, when people would play into cards like Mirror Force that would just wipe your board. Like, if you attack them, it would just wipe your board, you would just lose immediately. That you've got to put yourself in a position and say, that could be there, I could lose, but I've done everything I could to try and win, with the hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, good old Mirror Force. I think in the earlier days of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like before people had reasonable access to the internet to acquire all the cards, so it was so rare when you ran into one. Like, until you got there a little bit later in the tournament scene, like, people having things like Mirror Force or Magic Cylinder, you just didn't play around them because it's usually Enchanted Javelin, which was a terrible card that people played because they didn't have access to the good stuff. So then when you did get hit by that Mirror Force, you got blown out. Oh,
just for anyone who doesn't play Yu-Gi-Oh, just very briefly, Mirror Force just killed all of your creatures if you attacked, which is the main thing you did in Yu-Gi-Oh was attack. Anyway, on to game 2.
Yes, we don't have a Mirror Force right now, but we're playing Targon's Peak for Lee and Star-Tipped Peak for Kai'Sa. The Star-Tipped Peak, I believe, was something that showed up in the winning Kai'Sa list. Quite interesting to play that into Lee Sin, when Lee Sin is a very good hold deck. Especially since we're going second. But then it was also very interesting to pick Targon's Peak. I guess you got to pick it at some point. So I guess your battlefield number 3 for Lee Sin is either going to be Monastery of Hirana or Grove of the Godwillow. It could be Windswept Hillock as well. Like, those would be the 3 playable ones off the top of my head. But we got to get to game 3, and that is a 100-meter sprint away right now. And you're playing against Usain Bolt. So let's see how that plays out.
All right, Andraste down by 1. Spore up 1 game in the series after a brutal time warp. I do wonder though, if you've got a deck, oh nice, early Zonius. But I mean, with the Lee Sin deck where you're looking to try and build up over time,
Lee Sin forgot to draw.
Oh, did he? Whoops.
Yeah, they got 4 cards. Oh no, they drew 5. Sorry, and then they played Zonia's. There, sorry, I'm done. Please continue. It's my fault.
I wonder if given the Lee Sin wants to infinitely build, the aesthetic Lee Sin, that it's just kind of inevitable that your opponent will get the chance to draw into something like Time Warp that will just beat you.
Yeah, it's tough because of the way you play your deck. You basically hold one side and then you use Mistfall to jump side to side, taking 2 points a turn with your giant brick wall. But if your opponent can get there fast enough where they end up getting up to like 6 points, the side that you leave open is a Time Warp liability every turn. So unless you're main decking, you side in Wind Walls or even Mystic Reversal. Obviously, if you Mystic Reversal or Time Warp, you just win on the spot. That could be what we're thinking, actually, with Targon's Peak, is to make sure that we are in a position to do so. Because Time Warp is kind of Kai'Sa's main win condition. After, you've got 2 objectives. The first one is shut down Lee Sin Aspirant before it gets out of range. And then objective number 2 is win through Time Warp. Because if you fail objective 1, that Lee Sin will beat everything to a pulp every single turn. Or he'll just sit on a point meditating, getting bigger and bigger. Every turn you ignore him, he gets shinier.
Well, I mean, this game is looking a little bit different. We're seeing from Andraste bringing out the Kiana very early on, so we've got the chance to actually get a little bit more aggressive. And if the removals are going to be counteracted by the Zonias bringing the Kiana back anyway, I don't know, maybe Andraste can at least present more threat early on, even if, of course, you're maintaining long-term, like, kind of outscaling threats as well.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because that Kiana threat is right there. So if we're readying 2 off of Targon's Peak, we're accepting that we're going to pay a deflect cost. We could have either Hashtag Ray or Smokescreen. Because that would stop the Kiana being able to just beat up the Watchful Sentry. I think you'd have to play a buff spell and run into Kai'Sa, which would be very risky. So this is safe. So I'd guess it's going to be Hashtag Ray pay the deflect cost.
Okay. Oh, Dashvi mentioning Aspirant's Climb as another potential battlefield. Yes, I could definitely see that as way. Okay, so wait. No, so there wasn't anything coming through. So the battlefield is taken. We've got the Kiana trigger. All right.
Yeah, we either take the ramp or we take the ramp. So that says that we're actually quite confident in our hand if we take the ramp. Or rather, the weird thing with Kiana when you do that is she just refunds her power costs. So now we've just got a 4/4 unit until she moves back and then moves again. I'm one of these people that wants to love Kiana, and I always end up very disappointed in the card. We get the Aspirants backed up by a Zonia's Hourglass. So this is really cool. Our opponent would have to kill the Kiana, then Falling Star the Lee, in that order. And killing Kiana is very expensive.
I don't hate this though. I like, because we're in a situation again where Sport is ahead on points, sure, but Andraste, in terms of board presence, is actually, you just said, you've got a combination to make it unpalatable to try and play the removal spells. And if we're right in thinking that Andraste is kind of aware that maybe the long-term victory condition just isn't going to work as it didn't in the previous game, then maybe we just get a lot more action early on instead.
Yes. Nearly will be, who's been helping out a little bit behind the scenes, will be going to get some rest. So I'm going to have to do my best with the back end controls and making sure that I put the
Hmm.
correct points on each side. So do bear with me if things aren't 100% accurate on the stream. I'm usually not the technical person. I'm usually the professional yapper. So we're going to be doing our best here.
So what I'm hearing is, if people are nice to you in the stream chat, maybe they'll get a few more tournament points. Who knows?
We shall see. But yeah, that Kiana, we're going to get the hold from the looks of it, unless it's going to be. We could go Sprite Mother Cleave. We could go Darius Cleave. But then we're trading the Cleave for the Zonya's Hourglass, and then we're losing Darius, inevitably to Lee Sin being able to kick it back.
Hmm. Oh, that's right. Yes, that was a card which I think did it get. I can't remember if it got played or discarded in the previous round, but Dragon's Rage been seen knocking around a little bit. Uh, for anyone who's, I certainly was unfamiliar because I hadn't seen anyone playing it. The spell that lets you
Dragon's
boot
Rage.
units from battlefield to battlefield or battlefield to the base. It's a weird card, but it's very flavoursome, and I think it's actually relatively good as well.
I was actually talking to SideQuest Games about this, Jake, and I kind of agree with his assessment, where I think that Riot was too safe with the card. It's very expensive for what it does, where primarily moving a unit, we know the value of moving an enemy unit is 1 energy, 1 power from Charm.
Hmm.
And then we're paying an extra 3 to make 2 units fight each other. And when it pays out, it's great, but in a lot of cases, you can't kill the unit you want to kill, which is the bigger one.
Yes.
And it gets defied really hard. Oh, we could be going in with Kaiser Cleave here.
Oh, yes, you're right. Actually, maybe it would have been better if they costed it one more just to avoid that from happening. But all right, so yeah, there we go. The cleave you called it out from before, so puts it over the Kiana, who presumably is just going to get Sonya back to base. We haven't got anything left open.
Yeah, there's
Doesn't feel great for Interesting.
Yeah, but we are playing calm, so we have access to a lot of tricks. So Kiana is going to score again, but we are at a 3 points deficit here. And our ascetic needs to start getting some buffs. We need to find an arena bar or some way of juicing up our Lee Sin ascetic pretty fast.
Yes. So as we're saying, okay, Sabotage, of course, has been fantastic. Again, we saw a lot of stuff from Andraste that was fantastic in the previous game. I wonder if this time around if we're looking at maybe more. Is it actually going to be something in the hand that's really worth discarding, or is it all just going to be cheap stuff that it's worth knowing is there but isn't? Time Warp last card? No.
It's
Falling
Falling
Star?
Star. So we could have actually. Oh, that's just been drawn, hasn't it? From the Kaiser. Otherwise, we'd have been able to kill the Lee Sin last turn. I mean, the information is most important because we can see it if we take Falling Star. There's a Darius Cleave, and we know that there's Stupefy Retreat. It's a case of using your snipping tool and not forgetting what's in your opponent's hand. Also, by the way, if you are playing on TCG Arena, you want to reveal your hand or hide your hand, you can click the down arrow in your hand zone, and then click reveal all or hide all, and you don't have to do it one by one.
But don't you feel like it's much more satisfying when every single card goes whoop, 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 whoop?
I feel like it's trying to download a JPEG in the late 90s, to be honest.
I like that you're exposing both of us for being old, for understanding what that even means.
Yeah, it's like dial up. Oh, yeah, we do just get to take a buff, and Kiana gets to walk over a Kaiser whilst tapped
Nice.
out, and we're going to take the draw this turn.
Well, I mean, this we finally managed to get the advantage. I don't know, like Andraste is, yeah, as you said, is behind by 3 points, but it feels like a more controlled game than last time. Even though, as you mentioned, we've got the Darius coming down the pipe in a second. I wonder if we might see. Okay, no, I wonder if we might see the Lee Sin being used more aggressively than otherwise.
It's difficult because we've already seen that our opponent has the follow up with Darius Cleave in hand.
Hmm.
So Lee Sin's going to be a bit exposed on the point, and also you open up live draws of Hextech Rays, Void Seekers. But it's a case of taking Targon's Peak and not making that easy does ready 2 of your runes. So if we've got the combat tricks to pump up this Lee, we've got another Zonya's Hourglass. I would be very happy to play an Arena Bar and get that first buff on Lee if I've got it, and then ready 2 runes.
Ooh, hello.
We're drawing the Calm Room. Accidental recycle.
I mean, it's a flex.
It was one of the problems with TCG Arena originally is that you couldn't search your rune deck. So if you accidentally shuffled a card from your hand when you were mulliganing it into your rune deck, you had to draw your entire rune deck out to get that one card out. But they fixed that. They have been really good with updating the platform.
Okay. Well, so I mean, where we have ended up ultimately, as you said, with I think the Targon's Peak really mixing things up. But we have got we've got aggressive Kiana, we've got aggressive Lee Sin. I mean, this does at least get points back on the board. And again, much as we saw in the first series, a very different game 2 than what we're seeing from game 1, which addressing was being more conservative.
Yeah. Sorry, I just saw 2 players. Unfortunately, had other commitments and won't be able to finish the event. So I was just checking on the admin side that there was no rules questions. We're holding up 5, so we could have chose to play a bunch of stuff, but we've left up 5, which probably means Primal Strength. Which means that Darius Cleave Stupefy will not contest either of these battlefields. I mean, even if you go Darius... you could, if you went Darius, Cleave, Stupefy, shove everything at Lee Sin, you'd have 14 to your opponent's 13. But if your opponent has Unguard to follow up, you just get blown out and cry about it. So it'd be very difficult to attack into Lee Sin. I think, if your opponent has Primal Strength, like, you're going to try and force it, but your opponent's going to get a double hold if you ignore him, and then we're going to accelerate another rune, and Lee Sin is going to start getting juiced.
I wonder if Spore is more willing to try something like this, where, as you say, it's a riskier move. They're ahead 1 game in the series, so if it works, then they've just basically blown out Andraste. I mean, Zonya's does limit that to an extent, but if Spore's got the chance to end the series in this game by taking a risk, I think they could be forgiven for playing more aggressive than otherwise, as there's the Cleave coming in, so Spore's going to make the swing.
Yeah, it's better to take the risk when you've got the extra life, that's for sure. Because you get to choose who goes first. Oh, we're actually not cleaving up a Darius this time. We're cleaving up the...
the Kaiser.
Survivor. That is the second card played, so Darius gets readied and goes up to 7.
Okay. So doing a little bit of spread... I guess spread betting may maybe be the term here, as someone who doesn't do any kind of betting at all. But trying to make sure it's not all it... We're, in this analogy, these eggs aren't going in one basket. We're throwing them at Andraste, but we're trying to spread them out across a couple of different windows.
Yeah, so we're actually going to be able to bleed out the Zonya's Hourglass with this play, so then Darius is more likely to be successful if it makes an assault on the Lee Sin. We have tapped a rune, exhausted a rune over on Kaiser's side. I was expecting... we've got 1 open. We know there's a Stupefy. Oh, it's block. Block is huge. That is so painful.
Up to 8?
Yeah, we're at 8 with Deflect. So we do have Stupefy to make a trade with the Zonyas, but we'll have to pay the Deflect cost as well, which puts us under Watcher. So that Deflect cost is actually massive in this situation. Gosh. And then the Kiana will go back in next turn and score and get another proc. So I was just bad-mouthing Kiana, and it's actually turning out to be quite brutal in this game.
I mean, I think it's only a good thing when a player or a card or both outperform expectations. But yeah, really nice play on the block. retreat instantly down there to make use of the last remaining open manners and say, you know what? I was never here. You didn't see
Panic button.
nothing.
Panic button.
Yeah.
We chose not to
I
fight
still
that block. That gives us information too, that we could have just paid a power. So 8 cost White Flame Protector, potentially. This is, I think, so Lee gets +1 for shield. This is actually a really, really risky attack. I don't like this at all. In fact, even if we don't really want to let it go, because then Targons will ready 2 runes. But this is what I would call a brave attack.
Yeah, with three runes untapped, it feels like it's destined to fail, especially when you've got nothing, like, you've got no power or no energy available at all from Spore's side. Ooh.
This is an unsupported Darius, and then we're going to probably see Discipline. Yeah, that is actually massive.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what kind of the reasoning was there. It felt like that was a play that was maybe planned when the other peak play went better than it did with the Kaiser, and then Darius seemed to be almost crying out for that to happen. So now we've got the hold on the. So let's see. So the Targons, So the star tip being the hold one, which gives you the 1 exhausted rune, which we'll see come in place there. But like we were talking about in game 1, Matt, Lee Sin not getting taken out early on means he just becomes more and more of a problem.
Yeah, and what you can do in this situation is comfortably move the Kiana back so she's ready to score again. You don't even need to leave her on that. There's Mistfall. Yes, let me see if I can just make that card a little bit more visible for people. So I need to go over here.
So Matt was talking about this before as being a way of using the Lee Sin to buff himself and then move through and get multiple scores in a round.
Yeah, so we can just basically pay power to keep readying it, and then Lee can move back to base. Then we can buff it with our legend ability, ready it with Mistfall, and then send it in again. And I really like this play of pulling the Kiana back. It just means that if our opponent takes either of these sides, we've got the potential to score and re-trigger the Kiana. And Lee is starting to do their thing.
Wait, sorry, I think we didn't discuss this the first time it came up. But so you're saying with Mistfall, of course, because the Lee Sin can keep on buffing himself, so you can turn every one of your orange runes into an additional buff.
Yeah, because Lee Sin just can exhaust himself, right, to gain a buff. So you can exhaust him, gain a buff. You've gained a buff. Activate Mistfall, pay a power, ready to Lee Sin, tap him again. He gains a buff. Use your legend ability. He gets bigger by 3 per turn. And what we can do is move the Lee back, use our legend to buff Lee, and then use Mistfall to ready that Lee, and then Lee can move onto the other battlefield. So we've got mobility and we've got ridiculous scaling because if we stay put, we gain 3 might a turn, which 3 might is a lot, as we've learned from Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
I also want to point out that nobody saw Andraste play Stand United out face up to the left-hand battlefield. Nobody at all. That's quite a big thing to be giving away.
Yeah, so for Stand United, what's actually ridiculous in the Lee Sin deck, and this is why I'm such a fan of this card, is it gives you a buff, and then it gives you all of your buffs give an additional +1 this turn. Lee Sin can have any number of buffs, so when you get to about 5 buffs, you just gain +10. Like you go +10, so you go to 15. So you get to play Primal Strength for 0 power that you can also play as a hidden card. And of course, all of your units benefit from it. So the Kiana would also go up to 6. So it's kind of like it's the deck that gets to abuse a card that just never sees play otherwise, and it's like absolutely ridiculous when it does. But yeah, not so good when you play it face up in front of your opponent. Bit of a Bandit key thing, saying, "Oh, please attack me." Please attack me.
Let me pitch this to you, Matt.
All right, I'm listening.
I'm not saying it was done intentionally, but the fact that it happened is a pretty big flex to say, you know what? I'm in an incredible position right now where you just can't touch me. I mean, Dressler gets ahead to 6. has the infinite Lee Sin you mentioned before. The Kiana's still here. The Mistfall, as you said, opens up unlimited options to turn everything into a giant Lee
Oh,
Sin.
so
It
you
feels like
have
this
to.
game too is in hand.
Yeah, you have to exhaust Mistfall. You can't use it an unlimited number of times per turn. You can only use this once per turn unless you ready
I
it.
missed that part of it. Shucks.
So that probably got added on pretty late in development when they went, oh yeah, you can just like turn all of your power into 7 buffs in a single turn. That probably seems a little bit overpowered. But yeah, this is where Lee Sin starts doing his little squat dance and getting bigger and bigger.
All right, there we go. Squat dance, engage. I mean, I think at this point, Spore, let's be looking at this one and saying, I mean, this feels like an unrecoverable game. We talked before about Spore maybe playing a little too aggressive with the one game in hand, but Andraste shows us what happens if you get, I guess, far enough through the game.
We've left up 9. We've said we can defend 9. Your board and any card that you want to play, I'm going to defend it with 9 runes. Even if that's Watcher, I don't think it makes a difference.
All right, man. I'm gonna be right back a second. That's all right, just because I think this game is probably mostly over.
No, it's not all right. That's fine.
I'll see you in a minute. I'll just say it forever.
Don't apologize. I'm being a douche.
I'm sorry, internet. I'll be right back.
All right. So chat can keep me company, and I appreciate that in these long, cold, lonely nights. But yeah, it's going to be hard to take because Lee Sin will get +1 when defending. Even if you send that whole team over, Kiana will win off a hold. We've got 9 energy available, so it's primal strength on either side will deflect the Watcher. We've only got 2 open. Even if we have smoke screen, if we've got double spirit barrier, is it spirit barrier? Yeah. If we've got double, we just get to triple up our buff value, and Lee Sin has 5 buffs on him right now, so it's a lot. It's going to be a lot to try and push through. So it'd be interesting to see how Spore chooses to play this out. We're still at 2 on Kiana. Okay, yeah, cool. We're sending 3 towards Kiana. And this is going to eat the hourglass if we let it go. And then we could just decide we're going to commit all 9 of our energy to protecting the president. Attack for 11. So we're currently at 7 on Lee. Sorry, we get +1, so we are on 8. So we're defending as 8 right now. And we've got Spirit Barrier. Yep, so we go up to 6 buffs, and then we're going to get plus another 6. So from 8 to 14, we're at 14, which swats away both Thousand-Tailed Watcher and Kaisa, Survivor. So we're attempting to gank Lee Sin, and he had wards. He was ready. He was just waiting in them bushes, waiting for it, and I think that's going to get there. We still got 9 energy to. If you want to go to war any further, we've got a whole hand. We've got a whole grip of stuff to throw at our Kaisa opponent. Stupefy. Yep, -1. We get to draw a card. Trying to dig for that cleave to add more, but yeah, we're still in a difficult situation. We're at -4 from 17, so we are at 13, so we would need a cleave. Nope, we are going to retire. That is going to be game 2 going over to Lee Sin. Okay, let me just quickly update our thing here. So this will be player 2.1. There we go. We add a shroom. We've got 5 minutes left on the rounds as well. So this is going to be difficult because Lee Sin is a bit of a late game deck. So after you get through side decking and playing, it's going to be at the end of time, we finish the current turn and we play 5 additional turns. And Kaisa moves a lot faster, so end of match procedure in this situation probably benefits the Kaisa player, but Kaisa does get to choose in this final game, which is very important. And I'm trying to remember the battlefields. Probably Targon's Peak is the last battlefield, and Lee Sin could be either Aspirants, as that was called out by one of our watchers. It could be God Willow. It could be. Oh, we need to get our chosen champion out for Lee. Yeah, go over the God Willow for Kaisa. Okay. I just need to remind that our chosen champion isn't here. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and shoot a message in there to remind, because we're doing mulligans and stuff. There we go. All right, we're going to be going to game 3 of the series. It is Aspirant's Climb for Lee. It's a difficult situation because we don't have a lot of time left on the round. Yep, if we come here, we've got 4 minutes, 2 seconds left. Let's go. We've got 3 runes. Kaisa, draw, pass. Lee, in this situation, could establish an arena bar. They could be just go and pit rookie buff. Sabotage. Okay. This is an aggressive use of sabotage. And yes, you have to say it that way when you're in tournaments. Void Seeker, we can see exactly what we're walking into. That is a Falling Star. So we know that we need to be at Falling Star before we commit Lee, or that's going to be probably our preferred pick, but then we just got to make sure that we're playing around Void Seeker. Our opponent's next turn is either going to be Lecture Yordle or just hard casting the Noxus Hopeful. Welcome back, Mr. Counterfeit.
Hello. I missed an opportunity to say sabotage from the
Sabotage. I don't know.
From the Sabotage region of France.
Is that an actual place? Sabotage.
No, I'm being silly.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was taken as a given.
No, I don't know. I thought I'd check. You never know with these things. That you're a fool if you don't ask, or
It's true.
We're aggressively
let me ask.
Power. Yeah,
I'm assuming we're in game number 3 between these two after what seemed to be a fairly inevitable game 2M.
That is correct.
This isn't looking as good though. Yeah.
Yep, we're not at a battlefield, so we cannot shoot the Kiana as much as we would like to. Yeah, so we've got about 2 minutes left on the round, which is unfortunate because I'd love to see this game play out in its entirety, but we are this one's probably going to close out on end of match procedure.
Okay.
I'm gonna start like botting various Facebook accounts to try and get an area of France renamed to Sabotage.
Well, you've heard it here first, folks.
We'll start a little campaign and saying we want to change this one place to Sabotage.
I think it feels like you need to form a sub team of the BBL to
The
be
BBL.
the secret, sabotage team, where you've got a shirt where the A in sabotage stretches all the way around the midriff to the back.
Yeah, you get more cred on the team if you've got a bigger chest. 40-inch chest. Ooh. Sabotage.
All right, back to the game. Andraste is looking to go in and get their first point, and I want to give some credit to, I think, Dashvi, who mentioning that aspirants could be the third battlefield, because it turns out they were completely right.
They are correct. I find it really interesting that we walked the Kiana in without buffing it with our Lee Sin. So, okay, we are going to go Discipline and effectively bounce the Void Seeker. We do still have to pay the deflect cost on Kaisa for Kiana.
True.
And then Kiana is going to score Aspirants. But we can't get Lee Sin down. But We paid 2 to do that. We could have just buffed our Kiana before we sent it in. So I guess we already looked at our opponent's hand with Sabotage, and we wanted them to do that.
Yes.
So we've definitely got a follow-up.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of curious to see how this game goes, because based on what we saw certainly in our previous game, it went well for Andraste. The aspirant's climb effect of increasing the points needed wasn't really what swung the game. It was pretty much in hand from the mid game, and Spore didn't even really get that close to being able to close the game at all.
Yeah, it's trying to play it a long game. I guess it just gives you the plan with that is that it gives Lee extra time to get out of range. We've left 3 runes up. We didn't even use Lee Sin to put a buff on the Kiana, which would have made it just out of range for a Kaiser Survivor to try and trade with it. I guess in that situation, what you would do is if you accelerate a Kaiser Survivor down, you'd send Kaiser Survivor and the Lecturing Yordle, and then the Lecturing Yordle has tank, so Kiana would be forced to kill the Yordle. You'd keep the Kaiser, kill the Kiana, and draw. But we've got 3 open to play, so it could be block on guard.
It does feel like we're sort of presenting that kind of idea. And I mean, this is always the fun part about these kind of games, where even when you're playing online, you're still
That's time on the
trying
round.
to get into the opponent's head. All right, so that's 5, if I remember correctly, so it's 5 additional rounds after this one. And then is it just the top points of that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's a real shame. But this, of course, is to the advantage of Spore right now.
Yeah, it's we'd like to not do that, but we also like sleep, and that's something that's important. And all players kind of wish to get into their next round, so we can't let games run on for forever. Unfortunately.
Okay. Well,
But
I mean, this is something going to change things in terms of Andraste's approach. We did see a little bit more aggression before, but I'm assuming that they were both playing with the knowledge that, okay, yeah, this was going to be coming shortly.
yeah, but we've got a lot of really strong hidden options in this deck, especially with things like block. Yeah, we're going to buff Lee. We'd ideally like to get Lee 1 point higher so we don't die to a falling star. Our opponent is going to be able to Thousand-Tailed Watcher, and we know they have it because we saw with Sabotage.
There is nothing hidden from Sabotage. But this card, however, I don't know if that showed up on
No, it doesn't. They can't see that.
Okay. Right, do not look on the screen. There's nothing to be seen. Oh, I don't know. Spore's ahead on points, so presumably as we're running out of overtime here, this is pretty much it for Andraste unless they pull off something miraculous.
Ekafian Ring, but we do have Unyielding Spirit. If we've got Unyielding, we have to play it. Oh, but hold on. We've got Deflect on Kiana. So you are supposed to ask your opponent to declare their targets first, because you would still pay deflect costs for Ekafian. So I'm gonna guess if you did it that way, you put all of the targets onto Lee Sin. But if you would have tried to put 2 points on Kiana, you'd have paid an extra 2 runes and deflect costs. So perhaps a little bit preemptive on throwing that down. Or maybe you just said, yeah, I just want to nuke Lee Sin from orbit.
Maybe it was consideration to say, you know what, we could mess around with all that, but we're running out of time, so I'll just say nah to that card.
Yeah, we score a point. We could be leveling this out. I don't know if we play Primal Strength because we got access to Spirit Barrier, which is just, in most cases, superior. But if we've got Mistfall, Lee Sin could be getting over to that other battlefield this turn.
Yes, so the entire game is based on whether or not we can take the Dreaming Grove out. I mean, a lot of the... I think what you pointed out before with the tank on the... just being there right there in the middle as a way of disrupting the play. So what we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 11 base, probably more than that to get over to be able to actually take control and actually pull ahead in points.
Sabotage! Okay, we're going to have another peek. It's a good time for it. It's a falling star.
Ooh.
Okay, it's gotta be
And I mean,
falling
why
star.
did Andraste just take 2 points? I'm assuming that there was, I think there might have been some missed points before. Because I remember like glancing the points and be like, I feel like there was one of them that didn't go in.
So Kiana captured, and we got to hold, and then we've got to hold this turn. This is how Andraste scored their 3 points, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I think they maybe just didn't include them on the score before that point.
Ah, okay, yeah, okay, see what you're saying. So it's going to probably be, can we get Lee Sin over, and can we get Lee Sin big enough to make it matter? Because what we could do is send in the Kiana to take some of these units down.
Oh, you mean like do a 1-2 punch here?
Yeah, because we have to kill the Lecturing Yordle, and then we can kill the Ravenbloom student and one Watcher, dramatically reducing the amount of attack power. And if our opponent wants to stupefy, which they have, they'd have to pay the deflect cost here.
So if the players are drawn, as it seems like, because as talking about before, the points weren't actually updated. Of course, at the end of the 5 turns, whoever's got the highest points win. But what happens if they've got the same amount of points?
Then they will draw, and they're both 1-1, so the match will be registered as a draw.
Oh gosh, okay.
But we have like a million unguards.
All right.
Fiora comes in and does her ult on the whole team. Oof.
Okay, gosh. Well, I won't try and figure out the maths there, but I'm assuming it's enough to make a significant difference.
Yeah, +6 against your opponent's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 clears?
Dang. Wow. And there's nothing from the other side. I thought there would be some sort of spell. I mean, there's a couple of draws, but that's huge just to get that extra point in there.
Yeah, I mean, that is... you've got a pretty big defender as well, and of course Lee Sin, huge fan of these hidden cards, and we can also just tap our Lee Sin Ascetic to... Oh, we didn't tap our Lee Sin Ascetic for a buff. I'm assuming that was just minorly forgotten, but that's just like a free buff that should have been in play. Oh yeah, we drew a card from Kiana as well, but that Lee Sin should be one bigger.
Yes, I mean, I'm assuming at this point, well, I'm fully prepared to be wrong on this, but given that we're in deep into overtime, as we can see turn 4 there from Spore being said, with Andraste now being ahead by 1 and presumably will stay that way as of this round, then Andraste should be taking the series.
Yeah, Spore is going to have to take both sides, and I did not see the cards to do that with from the Sabotage, because if we go Thousand Tail Watcher, we can attempt to take one side, which is difficult because we know Lee Sin also plays block, so you could just essentially run your Fox straight into Lee, which should be a point higher than it is, which would have then ate your Fox, or ate your Fox and your Stupefy. You could go after the Kiana, score, Lee gets a hold point, carries on doing his little Rasputin dance, getting bigger and bigger, and you still win that way. Got Falling Star.
Okay, so we've got 2 hidden cards, no open mana at all, so these hidden cards are going to have to do work.
Yeah, again, that Lee Sin should be on 7. That's triggering for me, because this is the exact situation.
It's unfortunate that it does specifically cause this to happen.
Yeah. But we've got FaceTime cards.
Oh, there we go.
Stand United. Okay. So, sorry, would you like to go ahead?
Well, as we talked about in a previous game, I guess it's not quite as ludicrous as it has been previously, but I presume that Stand United would need to put the buff.
It has to put the buff on the unit at the battlefield it's being played at, because it's being played from hidden. Yes. So you could only buff the Kiana. So the Lee Sin just gets the +1 from the other effect of Kiana. But yeah, we've had to pay 3 power. We've just paid 4 power to kill that Kiana.
Okay, so Spore. Well, the thing is, Spore needs to get 2 points to be able to pull himself even for next time. Again, remembering anyone who's just tuned in that we were in deep, deep overtime. So scoring 1 will be fine, but yeah, has to go for the kill shot.
Lee Sin gets +1, and Smoke Screen. Hedge Tech, we're still
Okay.
one. We're still 1 over. So you're gonna have to have that Stupefy. We do know that the Stupefy is there, though. If I was gonna say, does it make sense to Stupefy first before committing to this? Oh, then Lee Sin heals up, and we get a hold point, and then that is turn 5, and Lee Sin is going to take down the game in extra turns.
Ooh.
Very
right.
well played. That was a treat to watch. Oh, sorry, I've got that on the wrong side, but that was really, really cool. Happy to see a Lee Sin being picked up and getting to show off some of the power of Ascetic. No arena bar. Like, Lee Sin is a bit of a drunken boxer. You get to play as many arena bars as you want with Lee Sin, and we didn't see any.
Yeah, I really liked it. So in our first game, we got to see the Teemo struggle mightily, but ultimately be unable to overcome the Kaiser. It's in terms of the narrative arc of the tournament, to have this happen in game 2, I really want to play a Lee Sin deck now. That looked tremendous fun.
Yes, and you can look forward to the video coming out of a guide on how to play that in the very near future on the Matorgus Plays YouTube channel. I do
Wow.
invite you to come and follow along with that. We just put out an interview with Sold Out, who goes into a deep dive for how to play Annie, and that was an excellent interview. I really enjoyed having a chat. I really had enjoyed having a chat there. Sorry, I saw there was a call for Judge Call. Sorry, just give me a moment to parse what I'm reading. I'll go back for your moment.
So, guys, this does leave us at the midway point of the competition. I'm going to have a quick look through and see where everyone is from last time round. So, we've had, of course, I've just had our last result in from Dress Day versus Spore. With that win, Zabroyson will go on to win a second series, 2-1. Zabroyson, of course, and Iratorum being our players we saw on stream in round 1, the only players who went to all 3 games. Iratorum did get a win against Jibs UK to put themselves back up 1-1, and Gans Trax beat out Noah. So we are down to, it looks like, Matt, you mentioned we've got a couple of players dropping out, so we're down to 3 tables for the last part with, I'm assuming, Caesar Broyson and Gans Trax. Let's see. Yes, I believe they're the only 2 undefeated players so far.
Yeah. So take a look at this. Which feature match would you like to see? We've got Lee Sin versus Kaiser. We have Chemo versus Kaiser. And then we have Annie versus Timo.
We gotta see that, surely.
Annie versus Timo? We haven't had an Annie on tonight. I think, yeah, we'll do Annie versus Timo.
It's round 3, isn't it? So we've got time to take a little dip away from the main spotlight to swing back round for game 4.
Yeah, okay. So I'll just take this code. Let me just connect to the game real quick.
All right, nice. Well, me and you, chat, let's theorize about what a Timo Annie game could look like, because I certainly haven't seen a lot of Annie being played, as much as it seems to be the deck that, or the archetype, I suppose, that a lot of people are paying attention to more recently. I'm going to see if I can pull up a Annie competitive deck. See, the 53rd deck from Shanghai Regionals. All the stuff you'd expect.
Very high finish as well, to be fair. Oh, I think that was the Timo that they found out was actually cheating. He was drawing from the bottom of his deck, allegedly.
Oh no, this is so yeah. There was the Annie. Sorry, Timo who came 16th was stacking their opponent's deck, from what I heard. They may have been cheating in other ways as well, which I just didn't hear about. But this is the 53rd Annie deck, which looks like it's actually interestingly built around Vi and Legion Rearguard, like very, very low to the ground, Vayne Kaiser kind of play. This if it's anything like the deck from Shanghai, which I imagine it probably is, this should be really interesting.
Yeah, no, it'll be good. Annie is always like a fun deck to watch because it has very explosive finishes. And from what I learned from my chat with Sold Out is the hardest part by playing Annie isn't winning the game. Like point 6 to 8 is the easiest part. It's getting to point 6 is the hardest part when playing Annie. All right, let's try and connect. And then we want to move over to spectators. Oh, I see what I've done.
What have you done?
I've grabbed I've copied and pasted because I'm using TeamViewer to remote into Nearly's computer. I copy and pasted the code that I had the last time. So what I need to do is paste it into Teams.
Don't worry, we'll fix it in post.
So fix it in post. Oh, you're not wrong.
All right. Well, while you're doing that, I'll have a run through of the Shanghai deck. Just some interesting points to pull out.
Yeah.
Invert timelines is something we saw in the Teemo deck from our first round, which was devastating. It's like the I'm trying to remember the name of the card, which escapes me right now, which is the 6 cost, which Judgment, Divine Judgment.
Oh, Divine Judgment, yeah.
That does broadly the same thing in terms of like just completely ruining someone's card advantage, but invert timelines being much cheaper and much more pliable, and so you saw there. I guess it's a really interesting way that it circles the sun with the Kaiser deck of saying, you know what, you're really efficient. You're always going to have at hand probably like 6 cards, all the removal you could ask for. In this case, invert timeline actually puts you back on parity again with the same amount of cards as each other, and you can be like, you know what, yeah, your card advantage was for nothing.
Yeah, and we are going to connect up to this game. It's the classic League of Legends poster. It's amazing.
Jeez.
So, fun fact, I actually interviewed at Riot Games a long time ago, and they gave me a poster, and I had a lot of the original development team signed the poster. So I've got like Freak's autograph and everything when I went there.
Damn.
I met them at SIGGRAPH, and then I made a card game out of League of Legends. I was like, oh yeah, I'm such a huge fan. And they're like, oh yeah, you should come down and interview with us. Obviously I didn't get the position, which is, it happens. But they all signed like a poster for me, and I was like, oh, that was really kind of them.
Wait, are you saying that where we are now in Riftbound, a League of Legends card game, perhaps originated on that day when you visited the Riot offices and got them all to sign your poster?
No, I believe that they kind of had in mind that they wanted to do a card game before that, based on some of the conversations I had. Like, you got the impression that was they always wanted to do this. I need to update the names, but then you had Runeterra come out, and it's very different than what I pitched. My game had minions, and you collected gold and stuff like that.
Sounds fun.
No, it was. I thought it was fun. Let's see. Nuh is player 1, so player 2.
It's our old friend Irritorum.
Irritorum, right? And I just need to copy and paste their names. Please bear with me. I just need to get the spelling up.
So we've got the. So Noah, we've been told, is running the Annie, but has got the. Has been running through? I don't know. I'm confusing myself here, but from what we're told, this is the Annie deck on the other side, which has, again, if it's like the Shanghai deck, it's playing a lot of very low to the ground creatures, and the Kaisers as well. So far, it seems to be broadly in the same space as we're having a merchant battle, as Stupefy will at least allow for Irritorum to maintain control. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of trading of very cheap spells backwards and forwards to get us started here in game 1.
Yeah. Okay, cool. We should be good. All right.
All right. Nice.
What's that with that Duke Nukem voice? Have you been auditioning for some voice acting?
I'm gonna record my first voice acting reel relatively soon, so
Ooh,
that should be fun.
exciting.
Yeah, it's one of the ththings where you do a activity and you're like, I'm spending a lot of money to get a lot of rejection in my future.
Hmm. I see it as investing in opportunities or trying to launch a Kickstarter campaign when there's an international trade war that starts the month that you do it.
Some say Matt's responsible for that trade war. I mean,
I'm usually exceptionally lucky in life, and this was one of those times where I was not. So karma came a knocking, and it's fine. We'll relaunch Robot Raiders a little bit in the future after I raise enough money to have another suitable marketing budget. It was a little bit tough when that situation happened. Not going to lie, but we're in this room now, and we're relatively happy. So we get to enjoy some Riftbound. But yes, it would have been really nice to not have that happen on my first Kickstarter. That was kind of a bit of worst case scenario, really.
I mean, they don't when when you're doing the instructions for Kickstarters or for perhaps Teemo decks, as the case may be, they just don't give you that kind of instruction to say, watch out for an international trade war.
Watch out for international trade wars that are unprecedented. I mean,
try and get a read on that before you launch a Kickstarter. That's the first instruction. And you're like, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, Game Founders added an FAQ. What to do when trade war happens? Oh, okay, that's helpful.
All right.
We've got Annie's on the board with 2 points up already. Kaiser Survivor is deployed. Like I said, we got that visual glitch where, because we loaded in a little bit late, that the champion and the legend are face down. We could ask the players to right click and put that to visible for everybody. But I can tell you it's an Annie, and actually I can just hover over it and it will show it on screen.
I think once we see it once, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. That's up. Okay, yeah. So that hover is not entirely working, but yeah, it's Annie and it's the purple Annie. We're going to be seeing a Void Seeker coming out.
So this does look like it probably is at least partially similar to the Shanghai one, which is Void Seeker. I think is actually one of the very few pieces of direct removal in contrast with the Kaiser decks we're seeing before. I think there's like a couple of Void Seekers in here, but otherwise it's more stuff like Gust, Rebuke, Flight or Flight, like just trying to clear room rather than straight up remove everything.
Yeah, so from what Soul was saying is that you don't play things like Hedge Tech Ray or anything like that because it's just half a Falling Star, and you may as well just play Falling Star. And then the rest of it is just about creating a point deficit between you and your opponent, getting to 6 as fast as possible. And then a 13 Might Vi with Ride the Wind will clear both sides, and Annie will draw through its deck so fast. We're playing double Zone Warrens. We also have the Freaky Fish guy, the Traveling Merchant. We get through the deck really quick. Things like Void Seeker as well. We're drawing. We're already at 24 cards. We're almost halfway through the deck. So statistically, we're playing Ride the Wind and 3 copies of Vi. We are likely to have seen at least 1 copy of each of those cards by the time we hit 20 cards in the deck. And if we're at 6 points, we're threatening Ride the Wind. Oh, we're also playing the Scrap, I believe. Or is it called Junk? I need to double check. I think if it's Scrap. I can actually do this. It's Scrap Heap. Yeah.
Yes, people were calling it Scrap Head for some reason. I don't know if that's a meme. Or people just
Scrap Head.
Yeah, it's like, is there some reading comprehension problems, or is it just that's people call it that for the memes because someone said it that way once and then everyone's making fun of them in perpetuity for that forwards?
I'm here to get myself some Scrap Head, just like the connotations.
Hey, there's our Vi. She's here to bring out the pain. I think this is really interesting because with the Teemo deck, we've got of course, the Mighty Mech coming through as a big body on the board, or Mega Mech, as known to his friend. But we're not seeing the kind of board setup which we've been seeing in the previous Teemo games, getting in there, getting the hiddens down, and making it actually hard to get onto the points, because Noah is very far ahead on points instead.
Yeah, and we're probably going to see Ride the Wind move to Poro and then double score. Okay, no, we choose not to, because we could have done that. We could have took the score from the Everzone Warrens on our opponent's turn. We could have held up to 6. But we're electing not to do that. I mean, you would be very vulnerable to a Sprite Mother if you did that. The main reason for doing that and not holding it is that you can use your chosen champion, Annie, to add back the Ride the Wind that you've already used. And you would have enough to do that in the same turn as well. Oh, Singularity with an
Ooh.
exposed Vi. That's huge. You're also going to eat the Kaiser.
I like it. I mean, Retreat is still on the. Oh wait, no, Retreat isn't on the menu because we're not playing flipping Kaiser decks anymore. So the Singularity might actually do something. Wow.
Yeah, and like I said, if you're winning, Singularity is a great card. I mean, having a mech on the table is a form of winning.
It's just winning by itself.
It will get the job done. There's like Annie's only. Well, they've actually got quite a few options that would answer it when you think about it. They could go Vayne plus Cleave, Darius plus Cleave. A lot of the other removal spells aren't going to do anything.
You're in an interesting spot.
Sorry?
Well, it's now that the Kaiser and the Vi have both been removed from the field, there's a lot of so we've got a lot of options still in hand. The classic combo comes in.
Yeah, what we're gonna almost certainly do is Fight or Flight if we have it.
Well, we've got 2 open. I'd be kind of surprised if we don't.
Oh, we're gonna go Ride the Wind, which is gonna let us beat up the sneaky deckhand, but our opponent will get the 6 points.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose of the choices between the two, I'm not sure if it's actually going to matter how many points Irritorum is going to have here in game 1 versus just be able to stop Noah from going in and leaping straight up to 8 now.
I mean, it's very hard to stop Annie getting to 8. You generally want to do that with Stun, or it's even hard. It's hard to do it with Rebuke because they can flash the Vi back, and then Vi can still move in and attack with its ridiculous attack value. Oh, we also get to ready 2 runes with Annie as well each turn, so we should have. I can't remember if they've already ready their runes, but yeah, the sneaky deckhand's going to get eaten. Irritorum is going to be able to discard a card and draw a card, and then they'll get their whole point going up to 4, but that mech is very far away. What we want to do is... Oh, yeah, we're going to chase. We're going to chase with Darius. So the reason we didn't do that before is that we then get to score our point. You can only score each side once per turn. So you can't, even if you lose it in this situation to Ride the Wind, and then you Ride the Wind back over, you don't get that point because you can only score each battlefield once per turn.
Hmm.
And I bet that question's being asked in Judge Chat.
All right. Very nice.
If you try a unit to take battlefield, and you move unit to take back, I'd assume there's no point gain. Yeah. Okay, Terra, thanks. Terra Sadon is one of our mods. They're very recently promoted for being a pillar of the community. Which is almost how you describe somebody in court when they've done something they shouldn't. But Terra's actually been a good human being. Now, they're an upstanding member of the community, and you shouldn't remand them into custody. No, Terra's been great, and they've been really helpful with the server and helping people and stuff. So they became a mod so they could handle some stuff while myself and Nearly are asleep on American time zone.
Oh, nice. I've always said that you can usually tell people who are suited to be mods because they're already doing the things you need mods to do, which is making the place just generally nicer to be.
Yeah, if you want an idea of who's a bad mod, usually if they start calling people like Kitten, or they have like a really big beard that stretches all the way down from their neck, they're probably not the best Discord mods you could get. They might be able to do the job.
Very shudder when you said the Kitten thing.
See, there you go. You know immediately, though. You know immediately who I'm talking about. You're like, hello, Kitten. Why haven't you been responding to my DMs? Oh, no.
It makes me upset. All right, let's see if Irritorum can make us upset in a different way. Well, we saw from this Teemo deck before that it really needs to get out and stick these units onto these battlefields, and that hasn't really happened in this game at all. I love the chase the wind little combo play which we had there, but it feels like immediately that puts Noah in a huge advantage, being that the Ride the Wind play can just be counteracted, and it feels like a lot of the strength for Irritorum's deck just goes immediately when that happens.
Yeah. Oh, we got a sneaky deckhand. A sneaky deckhand will present lethal. We're going to have to push it back with Fight or Flight. I'm surprised we discarded our own fight or flight here, because what we could have done is pushed our Darius back, and Darius would have readied here. Because it would have been the second card played after Sneaky Deckhand, and then Darius would have been able to score the other battlefield for game.
I think, I don't know, at the point where Iratorm is burning cards just to stop from losing, it feels like this game is pretty done.
Yeah, I mean, it's 100% done, because we could... Oh, wait, no, we're wandering short. I was going to say we could play our Annie and then rebuy one of our cards. Oh, but yeah, we can just play the second Darius and then charge it in. Do you have another fight or flight?
We do.
We do.
It still feels like you're just delaying game 2 from starting, but sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it, and you got to set up. You got to set up a double hold. Timo is good at holding though, so there's potential there. And I mean, the difference is, do I want to lose the game, or do I have a chance to draw another card and see if that does something?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. All right, pile everything onto the right-hand zone warrens.
Resolve Traveling Merchant.
Yes. So I'm assuming we're getting over that at least.
Yeah, we're sending in Team Squish against Team Chad over there, Darius.
I mean, I guess at least we've got a lot of runes, so that's something. Let's see if we can do something with them.
Consult the Past.
All right, let's draw.
I don't know why this card is called Consult the Past. Like, surely it's Consult the Future, where you're going to draw 2 new cards.
I mean, I don't know if you're aware of how books work.
Well, yeah, obviously.
They're rarely written in the future.
I mean, hold on a second. So we're looking in the past, and then we have new knowledge, I guess we could say, is we've learned something from the experience. But we're drawing 2 new cards from the future.
As Riftbound players, we are functionally illiterate, and therefore we've created our own new future by learning to read.
Yeah, but yeah, the thing is, like, if we could read the future and it says your next 2 cards are this, I kind of understand it. Oh, we got blown out by we're gusting. No, okay, I can see the argument on either side. I'm just like, you're seeing the future with your next 2 cards, as opposed to the past, which would be your discard pile, is what I'm trying to say.
I think it's weird because it gets into the area. Sorry, we're just killing time. Yes, this game was being done for a little while.
I like how you admit that. Like, obviously, yeah.
Oh no, the thing is,
you're straight up.
One of those things where it's tricky on the commentary side, because if you call something as being finished, either you're right and everyone just checks out, or you're wrong and you're like an idiot. So it's not really any great outcomes from doing that. But in that case, yeah, it just felt like, I think all we can really do at this point is just continue the consult the past argument. I want to hear what chat has to say about this. Do you think that... Wait, Matt, could you just, while we wait for round 2 to begin, can you just lay out your argument again? Why is consult the past perhaps better described as consulting the future?
Well, consult the future would be you're drawing 2 new cards from your deck, so things you haven't seen before, therefore future tense. If you're consulting the past, it would be your discard pile, which is cards you've already played, because you're then consulting the past that's already happened, is my argument for the card. But I do understand you could say, we've looked at the past, and now we can plan for a better future. We've learned from it, which would make sense with the card. But I think it should be consult the future. But you're right, you can't write a book in future tense unless you've got the power of foresight. But we are in a world where we have magical yordles.
I do understand your logic. Now that I've had the whole thing done out, I think where we are is the interesting thing of it being that a Riftbound deck is just a deck, right? It's not a library. But Consult the Past as a book feels like that's what it's trying to evoke there, is that these are pages from the drawers are pages from the books of the library, and the library is your deck. So I think that's why it's done that way, even though you're right, it doesn't quite all line up perfectly.
I bet 6 more vodka, who I might have been the artist for that card, I'll look if we see it again, is just sat there going, I just sounded cool. Like, I've got no deeper meaning. Just shut the hell up. Like, and
I
we're
wonder
there
if it
because
even had instructions on that one. There's like, consult the past. I don't know. Past is in the books, right? Yeah, let's consult them. Brilliant, done, sorted.
just draw a book, go home on Friday.
Turns out every one of those cards that designer did. I don't know who the designer was. Kudos Productions. Maybe all of those ones were just books. You know, it's like Bridge Troll. It's a book.
Bridge Troll. sounds like a storybook. Yeah, we're going to see a traveling merchant and Ravenbloom student come down. Both players get their openers. We also get to move into Dreaming Tree with our Ravenbloom. So interesting, we chose not to go to our preferred battlefield, the Bandle City. That means we've got gas. Oh, we're walking into a gust. That is quite a bit of momentum. Although the Ravenbloom, we are going to be able to redeploy it and still do something else. So
Yeah, that's interesting.
Not completely lost.
Well, from what we saw in game one, I mean the Bandle battlefield is huge.
So yeah, this is an interesting situation with Ride the Wind. It's not a reaction, so you can't do that.
Whoops.
Yeah, I think Ride the Wind started off as a reaction, and it caused so many rules problems that it just suddenly became an action. And to be fair, Ride the Wind is already disgusting as an action.
All right. You saw nothing. There we go. Ravenbloom student. Let's do the do-over.
We could have Rode the Wind in there, to be fair, if we wanted that point.
Ooh,
discarding Flash on Dreaming Tree. That's super interesting, because Flash is actual premium when you are playing on Dreaming Tree.
Yeah. Okay, so we kind of end up with the same turn on both. It's interesting, this matchup, because we've got sort of decks which are broadly doing a lot of the same stuff. So we've ended up with a turn which has been almost mirrored backwards and forwards. Both players bouncing each other's units, both players just replaying it and saying, you know what, we'll call it even, we'll just start the whole thing over again.
Yeah, we basically just both passed our turns. Annie has slightly better energy efficiency because Annie's ability is basically paying for all of these extra spells that are being played. But we know the longer game favors Teemo, as they're just going to be able to get some holdouts and start stacking up when a lot of the teeth gets... Oh, we're going Gust again. When a lot of that early game pressure from Annie disappears, but we're struggling to even get our foot on the board. That's the second time we've been pushed away.
It's feeling a bit like a Kaiser game, isn't it? In terms of the Annie side of things. You know, you play a unit, that unit's gone. Play a unit, that unit's gone as well. But I suppose, Irritorum, the kind of good news here is they actually are building up a pretty decent hand while the Annie is blowing cards on just resetting the game over and over again.
Yeah, this is why I'm kind of surprised about getting rid of Flash on Dreaming Tree, is that's just more card draw. We haven't seen a sneaky deckhand. Like, sneaky deckhand would be kind of super important, because if you gust a sneaky deckhand, you just replay it. So it's kind of a bit of a sad reason that we've not seen... Oh, Jana would be proud. It is windy up in here, as all of these little units are just getting thrown around. The Traveling Merchant does still trigger, because it moved.
Must have been the wind.
Is that what Draven says? Oh, we could have just played that Fight or Flight, moved our guy back, and drawn a card because of the Dreaming Tree.
Yeah, that seems a bit weird.
It's something... I mean, there's probably a line that... sorry, let me get that mouse out of the way. There's probably a line that makes sense based on the card. I can't see the cards in Annie's hand, but the cards I'm seeing discarded, usually you want to be, when you're playing this, throwing out your units that are 2-drops. You're like, once you get out of that early game, things like extra Traveling Merchants, not playing Ravenblooms, but all of the 2-drops effectively. Sorry, I'm drawing a bit of a blank at the moment. You want to be discarding them and then trying to find your Kaisers. Because if we could accelerate Kaiser here, that would have been pretty awesome.
I mean, Irritorum's going to start to get more stuff out. Decimate 88, I'm sort of like reading through the... I think Desiree is kind of bringing up the general idea with. I think if we go back to the other conversation where you pitched a card game to Riot Games, is that the card game world is different now. And from what I understand, I haven't played all the games that apparently the Riftbound is kind of taking ideas from, but that it's a combination of three relatively, well, Magic, of course, and a couple of other relatively recent card games, sort of having their mechanics smashed together with the League IP on top of it. That's left us with an interesting melange of different mechanics.
Yeah, card games are in a very different place from the big three that dominated the entire industry for as long as possible. We had Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, Pokemon. Those everybody else that was entering the market was trying to take fourth place. You did not conceivably
Mm,
have a chance of entering that market. And we can kind of see with these new games where we've learned a lot of things. For example, from Hearthstone, when that came out, we started getting a resource system that you didn't have to include lands in your deck for. And this
yes.
revolutionized a whole bunch of things. We've actually seen quite a few games play around with the resource mechanics. Even the original World of Warcraft trading card game would let you play any card from your hand as a resource. You could do the same with Versus system, where people tried to solve the problem where if I draw too many lands or don't draw enough lands, that's terrible. And what we learned from those kinds of design rooms, design decisions, is that then what became most important was the curve. It's like I need to play a guy on turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. We kind of have
Mm,
that in this game a little bit, where if you are not putting guys down on every turn, you're in a very difficult position because you need your guys to score. You're not punching the opponent in the face or anything. You actually can only score 2 points a turn, so you need units that are doing stuff. And we see that having our runes in our rune deck and then being able to get 2 a turn makes the game fun. Because the
mm.
game accelerates quite quickly. I start to play my big stuff, which is more fun, and then the power costs adds a new dynamic to what you're trying to do with when you're playing cards. It's like I can play this better card, but it comes at the drawback that I'm going to fall behind on resources. So the game has learned a lot from the predecessors that kind of laid the groundwork in the industry, and I'm really enjoying Riftbound. I love this as a TCG, and I did enjoy Runeterra, but I eventually fell off of that. I don't know. What are your thoughts? Have you actually had a chance to play Runeterra kind of fit?
Oh yeah, no, I did play it quite a lot to start with. Uh, Sorry, just to catch us up very briefly the game before we dive back out again.
Mhm.
Is we've got the Annie jumping in. I think Irritarum's probably going to blow it up or send it away because we've spent 90% of this game sending units away from each other. But back to your previous question, I remember playing Legends of Runeterra and thinking, gosh, this combat system is complicated. And I've played a lot of card games already. So
Yeah.
the fact that I can't figure out how to do like a basic normal attack, I was like, oh boy, I don't feel like this game's going to do well if someone who's quite engaged with card games can't figure out how to play the standard game
Oh,
in a
I got a
sensible
judge call.
way. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I got a judge call. So sorry, you can carry on casting the game,
No,
and I'll
no,
just.
absolutely. I'll just carry on rambling. So we've got Vayne coming in, which, yeah, so this is, again, a little bit of what we're seeing from the Shanghai deck, that we've just got a lot of different ways we can kind of poke and prod our way through. Ride the Wind. Last time we saw this, it was followed by a Ride the Wind from Noah, which then went very, very badly for Iritom overall. But it looks like in this case, we've drawn even, so the Traveling Merchant will hit the dirt, and the Ravenbloom student gets to stay alive. I'm not sure about this one for Iritom, though. It feels like Iritom is really trying to dance on hot coals and stay ahead of just getting bounced or pushed out of battlefields again and again, which we've already established is not a fantastic place for Teemo decks generally to be. There's the flash, which is going to be used on the merchant to be able to get a draw from the Dreaming Tree and also save that merchant for further deck threshing shenanigans. In this game, actually, unlike the previous one, we're not seeing the Annie deck going completely bananas with its card draw and card discarding, but I think this time saving the merchant is going to help make sure that things stay approximately where they should be. So 2 cards in hand for Irritorum. When we've got the Traveling Merchant still alive on the for Irritorum's base, so that's something. but I think it's going to struggle to get out in a positive manner onto the field without having to get itself immediately nailed out by whatever we're seeing coming in from Noah over on the right hand side Dreaming Tree. Oh yes, and I think Irritorm forgot to get the point for the last one, so up 3-2. Oh, 4? Is that right? I don't know. I was too busy rambling, so I quite possibly missed that. If that is the case, and Irritorm is up 4-2, then that is not too shabby at all. And I think it looks like we're just starting turn here, so maybe Irritorm can get something in. I mean, we're not really seeing hidden cards staying out for any amount of time because Noah is playing so many bounce spells that you can't really keep hidden cards alive for any amount of time. Because, of course, your unit is just going to get scooped off the battlefield, thrown back into your hand, and your hidden units having to reveal themselves or just go into the trash. This is match 3 of the day. Of course, we'll be going to the top of the table for our final round to see who wins out the entire thing. We've dipped down the table a little bit to see what Irritorm is up to from when we saw them earlier on taking on a Kaiser deck. In this case, yeah, the Traveling Merchant is going to be going in. Let's see. It's actually of an equal strength with the Vayne as stands, which is interesting that the...
Oh, Vayne has assault 3.
But it's the Traveling Merchant moved into her, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Then she's on 2. Oh, but now she's going to be attacking on the other side, and she gets assault.
Gosh, I've never seen that move before, but that is nice.
Yeah, normally the tell is that you could retreat the Vayne, because we had the runes to do it, to put it back in hand so that we could charge her in again, but we chose not to. So it is a bit telegraphed, but yeah, the Traveling Merchant will score, and then you immediately move to the combat over on the other side. Teemo playing Flash. Flash on Dreaming Tree is maximum profit. We can even move the Traveling Merchant back if we wanted to, and get another draw discard. Because we get to move 2 units with Flash. And then we could move the Raven Bloom. The Raven Bloom can now come back in and attack the Dreaming Tree again. So it's going to force the Vayne away.
Gosh. It's wild that the 2 decks have got so many of the same cards and they're making so many of the same moves because Noah also flashed away from the Dreaming Tree in the previous turn. It feels like, even though Irritorm is ahead right now, it does feel like they're playing an uphill game just in terms of stylistically what the decks are doing. Even if they're playing a lot of the same cards, it feels like the Annie deck's much happier to be playing bounce forever than the Teemo deck ever would be.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Teemo, though. Annie is definitely struggling to find those points. Those early gusts really made a difference. And what's actually crushed the Annie here is not having sneaky deckhand. This game was so over if Annie had a sneaky deckhand. Because if you gust it, they just replay it straight onto the point. Desmune88, what did I hear about general format that you guys are in similar meta Lorcana was in when it launched, as in like 60% of one deck dominating? Was it Kunon? I'm not sure if I tackled the name correctly or if the information is correct. In terms of our metagame, we do have one dominant deck. We've got 3 tier 1 decks, and that is Kai'Sa, Annie, and Master Yi. Although if you want to put it in the proper order, it would be Kai'Sa, Master Yi, Annie, unless you're sold out, in which case you put Annie at the front of the queue. Those are the top 3 decks, and Kai'Sa is by far the more dominant deck, but it is not a guaranteed win. If you are more skilled the skill does come into it a lot, and it's about knowing those lines, but Kai'Sa is the most consistent from what we've seen from all of the tournaments. In China, we've pretty much just seen Master Yi and Kai'Sa dominating, but we have seen a lot of other decks hitting the top cut in those formats. But one of the reasons that we do see other decks in this game is they have this really cool prize where the player who finishes highest in one of the regional tournaments with a legend gets a special medal version of that legend. So it encourages people to perhaps play legends that other people aren't playing to get the exclusive prizes, because they're only giving away 1 per regional. So we call it the Garen side quest, where Garen is like I don't want to be rude, but he's basically unplayable. And there are people that will go and try and score the Metal Garen because you only have to come in like the top 500 players to win it.
Hmm.
So yeah, if you've got your top end meta, Kai'Sa is the dominant force, and then you have other tier 1 decks, but there are incentives to not just play meta at the proper regional events.
Oh, hold the phone. We got Thousand Tail Watcher coming in and clearing out the Bandle City. So that's a big first successful swing. We got the Raven Bloom students going to try and clear out the other. I mean, I was thinking Iritorum was in a bit of trouble, but I think you were more right in that it seems like, as of this turn at least, Iritorum has moved into a really commanding position.
Yeah, I think Annie's made a couple of misplays here. Like we didn't see Flash, or we discarded Flash with one of our moves. We didn't fight or flight to avoid Gust, allowing us to draw an extra card on Dreaming Tree and keep our unit on the table. So we lost a lot of energy just replaying units that we could have just protected with our spells that we discarded anyway from Traveling Merchant. And I think those tiny little micro mistakes increased the value that Teemo got from Gust, just enough to make this quite difficult because we're at 5, so we're going to have to ride the win combo now. Hope our opponent doesn't have an out to it, and then try and win the game next turn. It's not unachievable. We've got 14 cards in our discard pile, or we could just send the whole 14 stack back and attack for 17. I think that's overkill. I think
That does
that's
feel a little
mistake.
excessive.
That is
there we go.
That's kind of a huge mistake, to be honest. Because if we get push, we want to win. If we need to win over 2 turns, we'd want to have a stack in the discard pile, and we just need to make sure we're out of range of Stupefy and Smokescreen. Oh, we can Stupefy our own unit and draw 2 cards here. Yeah, but we've now opened the door for our opponent to take the game back.
Let's see. So we'll be looking at like 7, like reasonably around 13 over at Bandle City. So I suppose maybe Noah just didn't think there'd be enough cards left over to really make it super worthwhile. I suppose it also might be that Noah doesn't have very much in the way of combat tricks in hand for where the Stupefies do come a calling.
Yeah, I mean, also probably should have moved the Vi into Bandle City first. The main reason for that being that if you get fight or flighted out, you still have a ready unit because of the way that Ride the Wind works. So it readies the unit after you've moved it. So we'd get pushed back to base ready, and then we could slam in again. But obviously, in that situation, we still lose because our opponent's on 7. But in this situation, we obviously can't let our opponent keep a Watcher. We don't lose to a sneaky deckhand, though, because Vi's on one of the points. Oh, but we can sneaky deckhand, and we can get to 7. So our opponent has to take both points here. So our Teemo player is now suddenly the pressure's been flipped from that Ride the Wind. This is how good Annie is, by the way.
Yeah, this has been a real education. And bear in mind, no, of course, Genevieve, for anyone who just dropped in, did win game 1. So the series hangs in the balance this round. Iritorum's deck definitely not built for this kind of situation generally, but well, Thousand Tales will be told of how this card has saved many a game.
We get to draw a card because we can't conquer to 8 off of one side. Do we have our own Ride the Wind? We could win off of our own Ride the Wind.
Oh, that'd be filthy.
Gust stops the holdout.
Okay. You've traded a card for a card.
It means our opponent can't hold to 8. So it does it forces the Annie player to have 2 turns, and they've chucked their entire discard pile back into their deck. So they're not going to be able to vie over this Thousand Tail Watcher.
Yeah.
Now we could go. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yes, well, as I said, Sneaky Deckhand gets onto 1, draws the card. Just having a look through what I'm assuming is the approximate decks list to see if there's too much in the way of answers. I don't think the Annie deck deals tremendously well with big creatures in general? Oh, I mean, this is one of the answers.
Big scary Axeman usually answers things pretty well.
Only trading right now. I think looking for the last piece.
Oh, I better keep an eye on the timer, actually.
Right, so these top 3 cards will be determining whether the game is won or lost in this moment. Looking like it was something good. It was. Cleave, exactly what the doctor ordered. There's still 2 runes left open, and they're spent on fight or flight.
Go home, Darius.
humanity.
You're drunk. And we're tapped out. Feisenthal Watcher is going to get a hold of victory on Bandle City, and Timo will bring it back.
Ooh, game 3 coming. How much time do we have left in the round?
11 minutes. One table did have to restart, so they crashed out and there wasn't a way of rebuilding the game, and both players agreed to just play again. So I reset their match timer, so we'll have a little bit more content for you before that finishes. And it was unfortunate that it disconnected that way, and unfortunately there's not a way of rebuilding the game on TCG Arena. There are options on Tabletop Simulator to do that, so it ends up being a little bit difficult.
Okay, well, so on in terms of I've confused myself because I was looking up 1001 Nights because I was trying to find a way to throw in some literary references for more Thousand Tale watchers. For this particular game, how much time do we have on the
We
regular
have
timeline?
10 minutes 50 seconds left on this round.
And from what we've seen before, actually scoring points is an issue for these decks.
I think any kind of through there, to be honest. I think Noah kind of discarded the wrong cards for Traveling Merchant. I don't know what the rest of their hand was or the context of why they did the decisions, but I think they made that game a lot closer than it needed to be. But Annie is going first on Arena's Greatest, which is pretty huge. If they've got 2-drop into Sneaky Deckhand, they are going to be flying.
Okay. Well, I mean, having one less point in the games is no small thing. So a couple of mulligans. Irritorum, as we saw in the previous games, definitely not a player to give up the ghost before it's absolutely necessary. But it looks like we've got ourselves a decent opening start here for Noah. Traveling Merchant hits the board, and we're going to start the churn.
Yeah, we're also playing on Dreaming Tree again, but both players are playing Flash in the main deck. So we're going to be able to benefit from that Dreaming Tree shenanigans.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that probably the Flash got brought in again, if there are any more in the sideboard, just because of how good it's going to be in this whole setup. Oh, gonna fish it in
Gust.
for the early points. Yep, I guess we should have seen that one coming.
Oh my god, I just wanted to make you open your phone to see another Pidgey. If anybody's actually played Pokemon Go when it originally launched, and it was you catch 1 million Pidgeys.
Right.
That's what I'm seeing with this Gust. I'm getting kind of like little flashbacks. Sneaky Deckhand straight onto Arena's Greatest.
Only it was Splash instead of Gust, huh?
Splash.
Yeah.
Oh.
We just get both the players using Splash attack over and over again.
Oh, yeah, Magikarp, yeah.
All right. Look in the mirror, look deep inside yourself, man, and see that actually all of us on some level were not just traveling merchants, or not just a traveling merchant, but traveling merchants on either side. I don't know if there's a group name for traveling merchants, but we need to come
What's
up
the
with
plural of traveling merchant? A supermarket. But
Incidentally,
yeah.
I was gonna say in Japan they do actually have little vans that drive around to deliver to people in remote areas. So there you go. Education. Gust is brought back because we need more gusts in our lives. Traveling merchants through rain and sleet and storm. The traveling merchant post office will deliver cards to your hand, no matter how many spells are thrown at them.
They're going to get a lot done. If I was Annie, I would have been strongly considering Flash, so I could filter through the deck faster. But if my hand's like really, really good, we push the merchant. If we pass here and say we're okay trading, oh, we're gonna go for Stupefy on our opponent, but we're not gonna get Dreaming Tree Stupefy on our own unit.
Hmm.
Oh, we're putting it back.
Yes, just teasing that time.
Are we on Gust
We,
instead?
yeah, we know we've got a Gust in hand for Noah. Okay. So we're drawing, forcing. I suppose, given that we're relatively close to overtime, we are forcing maybe some earlier gusts or uses of gusts than might be otherwise. I mean, Noah is up 4-1, so
Oh,
oh,
okay.
interesting. The gusts back of their own merchant.
And we 100% don't have
Interesting.
Flash then. If we had Flash, you 100% play it, draw card, then draw 2, discard 2, which is kind of nuts with our game plan.
More gusts, please. It's a shame, honestly, Matt, that it isn't 3 months ago, because then it will be more gust in August.
Tons of damage. There's an infinite value combo. You could gust your own Annie and then replay Annie and add back the gust. Just saying.
Oh my god. Well, somehow, at the end of all of this, Irritorum not only manages to get the traveling merchants through the infinite gust technique, but manages to control both battlefields, get the hidden Teemo out. I think maybe the first hidden card we've got to see. Oh, but certainly the first time we've seen hidden cards on both battlefields. Irritorum, I mean, this is a change for the books from what we saw in the previous games.
Yeah, this is the spot that Teemo wants to be in. This is very defendable.
So
I mean,
if you're Noah here, I guess you've got a relatively Arena's greatest is accessible, but at this point the Dreaming Tree is pretty much locked off for you unless you're gonna want to throw in some pretty serious firepower.
yeah, with 2 hidden cards and Ember Monk, you're gonna need to push the Ember Monk away. I don't agree with adding the Gust back with Annie. I think I want it to be more aggressively filtering the deck with the Traveling Merchants. But again, I'm not entirely sure on what else was in hand. Like, the most reasonable play I can see there is moving Annie into Arena's greatest. But if your opponent flips up Tina Turner or Tide Turner, they're going to just drag that Ember Monk over and clobber your Annie, and that is not a good day for you.
I really like the Tide Turner for just being one of those things that makes your brain ache when you're sort of trying to figure out how do I play against this. I think as long as Teemo decks remain relatively obscure, it'll keep happening as Cleave comes down. So the aggressive choice from Noah to go straight in and say, you know what, I know I'm walking into a minefield here, but I'm going to go into it head held high and hopefully just have enough aggro to punch through.
Hmm. Yeah, what do we do? We're charging into a very fortified position. Oh, okay. We're flipping up Teemo, and then we're getting a buff on our Ember Monk.
So up to 6.
We could tie Turner the Teemo over, but we don't need to, because we're going to be able to hold at the expense of our Monk, or we've got to flip up our other card, which could be Consult the Past. Yeah, it is tie Turner, so we were right.
Okay.
Bring the Teemo over, or the Traveling Merchant, and then you get to draw and discard.
I don't know. Like, Noah opted into this situation with a pretty clear, relatively reasonable idea about how this was gonna go. So I'm just trying to figure out what Noah's next move is, because Void Seeker's still on the cards conceivably, but can't see too much else.
What if like push the Ember Monk away and then you score the point and kill both the traveling merchants?
Yep. Waiting to see what Eratorum's going to end up doing.
Yeah, you don't even have a good ride the wind to get away from this combat. Because if you do, the Teemo's at 4 and the Tide Turner's at 2, so there's 6 over there as well.
Yeah, well, we're not even into overtime as of yet, so
We've got 2 minutes, 7 seconds.
I guess they are going to be playing towards trying to be ahead under these circumstances. So yeah, the second hidden pushes the Ember Monk up, fight with fight, will shove it back into the base. So exactly as you said, we clear out some of the traveling merchants and the infinite cycling that's been going on, but still leave a lot up and alive.
Yeah, that little car boot cell is over. And that's actually such a shame because Traveling Merchant is a really interesting card that says discard a card, then draw a card. So if you have 0 cards in hand, you resolve the discard part first, and then you just draw a card. So you just get a card for free if you move it when you've got 0 cards in hand.
Oh, gosh.
Which would have been useful.
All right. Well, Iratorum's going to go up to... I mean, still hasn't actually caught up with Noah. So that's something. I suppose the big problem for Iritorum is just the lack of cards. I mean, you've got good stuff on the board, but in terms of in hand, I think it feels a little bit like Iritorum might be running out of gas.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. Losing those 2 traveling merchants was huge there. Like that, you needed that Ember Monk to get that hold. And pushing it back in here, we're sending it to die. Unless we back it up with a trick. Oh, we've got Gust. You can't Gust the Annie, surely. I mean, you could. Yeah, okay, we're going for Traveling Merchant.
Yes, okay.
Void
and
Seeker,
there's the Void Seeker. Yeah, I figured that the Void Seeker had been hanging around for a while just from the way which Noah was playing. But this, I mean, importantly, again, this buys more time. It buys the Dreaming Tree to stay up and active. We forgot another Ember Monk, but Iritorum is still behind on points, even if, the Arena's Greatest is being held very effectively.
Yeah. And I would say this is a valiant defense, but we're happy to just send this Darius in to his death and clear out both the Teemo and the Ember Monk. Like, you have to flip it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not feeling good about Iritorum's chances. Again, a heroic attempt being made, but I guess, it's a real contrast here. We've got, 6 cards, well, I guess 5 cards in hand. That's another cleave drops. Noah, I mean, he's running this one over the finish line by quite some way.
Yeah, it's like, if you're Darius, it's like, what makes him more scary? Give him another axe. Just give him 2 axes.
He's got 2 hands.
He does have 2 hands for 2 axes. Double Cleave is going to sweep that down, taking it up to 7 points and threatening a holdout on both battlefields right now. We do get stat deck, so we get the best card in our top 3, and we found another stat deck, so we're getting the best card in our top 6 to fight back.
Oh boy. Given it's got to be a hell of a card, given that that's got to be our only card to function with. But I mean, Iritorm. Yeah, I'm there for it, actually. That'd be. I still don't think that we win. That's what Noah puts in the.
Oh, winning's off the table, but making it as painful as possible, definitely on the cards. And yeah, it looks like there's a concession.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that's the case there. That I think even if you do blow up units, you're just doing what you can to draw out your demise.
Yeah, I agree with that.
From what you were saying before, there was one of the, as this one is now done, there was a game which was on a delay that I don't know if we were able to see that one.
Yeah, no, of course. Let me just bring it back over here whilst I do some stuff in the background and people don't see me awkwardly bumbling around clicking. Yeah, I'll try and get us onto the table which we gave extra time to. It is Terrasadon.
Ooh. Okay. Just
So
to
I just
keep you
need to.
guys. No, it's fine. I'll just tell the folks about what's been going on across the rest of round 3 as well. Zabroyson, who any of you folks weren't here for the beginning when we were talking about him, assuming it's the same as Zabroyson, and I think it's 99% chance it is, a very accomplished TFT player, I believe making his Riftbound debut here, at least in the Bandle Blitz, doing very well so far. He is on 3 games that he has won so far. All of those games have, all of those matches have gone 2-3 games up until this point, but it will position him up at the top of the table. And I'm assuming Terrasadon has lost. I'm assuming that in the round yet to come, round 4, we'll be seeing Zabroyson taking on the other top player in the tournament as our final game.
Which will likely be the winner of this game.
Ooh.
There we go. And
Lovely.
then I just need to click here and send us to the game board.
Cool.
It is
Would you
Lee
like to-
Sin versus Kaisa.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, let me see if I can reveal these cards without revealing their hands. Yeah, it's a case of a point. We can't be a game that's already in progress, but we'll contextually figure out what's happening as things go on. And as all future cards that get played will be face up. But I could click that button, but then if either of the players are watching, it will ruin their game. So if they're watching the stream, so I'm not going to do that.
Yes. Well, so we've seen Andraste before. I'm assuming that this is our Lee Sin player, also going by the Calm Runes, which we're seeing being some of the ones that did show up for us successfully. Ooh.
Yeah, that's somebody won the game there.
Oh, okay. Hopefully, we've still got a game to play.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise we just go to the next round. Yes.
Let's see. They don't at least have a registered end of series. It looks like they are setting up for another one, so hopefully we'll be underway in just a second. But we did see some pretty good stuff from Andraste before, as everything's nice and face up for what we're assuming is game number 3 at this point. Would that be reasonable to make that
They did
assumption?
get a restart, so they could be going into game 2. It's likely that we're going into game 3, though, because Terra's a pretty fast player.
All right, nice. So the lessons we have learned from seeing this before is we'll get our Candlelit Sanctum, Aspirant's Climb coming in. We certainly saw Aspirant's Climb being used in game 3 before, so that's a piece of soft evidence that that's where we are. That the Lee Sin actually did relatively well if it can keep the game from spiraling out of control too quickly.
Yeah, well, we did see Andraste come out on top versus a Kaisa before. And we do know about those main deck tricks.
Oh, yes. You're right. Suddenly my brain had forgotten about them again. For anyone who wasn't here before to see, I think 3 different tricks coming in to mess up the Kaiser in a row. That was Unyielding
was
Spirits by the buttload.
Oh, I enjoyed watching that.
What I'm hearing is we need a compilation of Kaiser's spells getting negated by various different cards. That's the secret to YouTube success.
I imagine in a couple of months people will be asking for it, but we've got to remember that the online community represents such a small part of the player base. Now, China is gigantic, so their regionals are probably a lot more telling than our online events. But there are pretty interesting things. For example, the distinct lack of Darius Hook sets. They were just largely not played in China. And they've been very big for our online communities. So we're going to suddenly start seeing, as more events get played, these decks are going to start getting like a lot more in-depth look to them, and we'll either drift more towards the Kai'Sa, play Kai'Sa or die, or the format will be more open than perhaps we think. Oh, we can actually go ahead and buff our Kiana and then use Mistfall to get straight onto a point if we want to, whilst Kai'Sa's tapped out. It would cost us another power to do, but we can always use the Kiana to put the extra power back. Yeah, you've got a buff. Like, I think we could have pushed the Kiana out and then used Kiana to ramp. Because it's still not easy for our opponent to kill it. I guess the plan here is to try and walk over the opponent's Kai'Sa.
Yes, or at least force them to pay for the deflect cost of targeting the Kiana in the first place. Yeah, I mean, 5 versus 4. It's not a terrible place to be.
Yeah,
You, of course, get the draw.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's got a lot of cards there. Like Kiana's gonna, the orange Kai'Sa is gonna have to do some work.
I mean, yes, it is weird that we have a set where we've got Kiana and Kai'Sa who feel so incredibly similar to each other in terms of what they're doing overall. But Andraste's play it carefully. Sabotage, of course, would have been one of the MVP cards when we saw this matchup before. For just
Beautiful.
just seeing what the cards that are going to kill you. The Time Warp in there, the double Thousand Tail. Oh boy.
And then they've also got the Falling Star. That is tough because both Falling Star and Time Warp are super big hits. And you know that there's a Void Seeker, so if you do try and push the Kiana forward, the Kiana's going to get shot. Although Kiana can't die if you move her over to Aspirant's Climb. And you now know it's safe to get the Lee Sin down. But that is quite slow on tempo. And our opponent gets to keep Kai'Sa.
Yeah, looks as you said, the Lee Sin coming out the board. I mean, seeing what they can do with enough time to work with. So exactly as you said, a little bit of extra information, and we will be able to get the Aspirant's Climb scored across. I mean, I certainly don't hate it at all.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Oh, we're digging with oh, we got we got Stupefy as well, so we got Void Seeker Stupefy, but it is very heavy tax on the runes.
Oh boy,
but it does get Kiana away.
Wow. Well, of course, we've been in this situation before where the Kai'Sa decks can always seem to do stuff which seems like it should be very suboptimal, but yet they seem to be totally fine afterwards.
Yeah, just draw a bunch of cards. Oh, we've drawn another Falling Star straight off the top. And that should close the game out. That is savage.
Well, Andraste, again, had to play like that wasn't going to happen, and sometimes it just will.
Yeah, literally, we sabotage and then drew 3 cards and found the second Falling Star. I mean, yeah, it happens. That's the problem with Lee, is it's most vulnerable the turn that you play it, and you just need to survive 1 spin to get out of range of that trick. But yeah, our opponent had Stupefy and they had Void Seeker to clear our Kiana, and then they had Falling Star that they drew sometimes, and then we were tapped out. Like, if we have Unyielding Spirit, I imagine we're really, really sad. As after looking at our opponent's hand, we probably just shouldn't have pushed forward. And actually, then the Falling Star would have been too far down to be drawn. Not that we knew that. Yeah. Andraste is just going to fold. I mean, I completely respect that. It's so hard to get back into the game from that, and our opponent has Double Fox Time Warp as well. I don't know if that's the end of the series. I guess we're about to find out.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
That is the end of the series. That was rough. We hate to see it, but yeah, statistically, it can and will happen to you when you see a Falling Star off the top when you've took a peek with Sabotage. Sabotage. But there's some good news. For all of the Heartbreak fans, we do have 1 final round left to play. So let me just grab round 4, and then we can figure out We can watch Terra, as we only caught the end of Terra's game there. We can, I believe that's going to be table 1.
Okay.
Snip. Oh, I also
enjoy.
remember that I'm supposed to do something a little bit fancy. Hang on. Talking. Haha, it's me and you.
Haha. Yes. All right. So we're down to the Bryson coming into round 4 is our only undefeated player. Has gone to game 3 on every single one of his games so far. Will be facing off against Spore for the top spot, who currently has is 0-2. So that's gonna be a tough one for Spore to win.
Sorry, bear with me. I just need to actually not paste round 3 again into the chat. That's that's not helpful for anybody. So yeah, we can watch table 1 to see who's going to come out on top. It will be a Kaiser mirror, but we knew that was coming eventually.
Yes, I think we've done very well to have had as much variety in here. I think if you're a player like Tasumi coming in and seeing this, you'd be like, well, things are actually looking pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Different matchups every round.
Absolutely.
In a relatively small field, I give credit to the players for being willing to try and pull off this kind of stuff. It may be a lower stakes environment to do it in, but still.
Yeah, I mean, these are very good players. Like Terrasadon is what I'd like to call the most improved player that I've seen in the online space. My favorite thing about Terra is that they have no ego when it comes to playing the game. They will play and play and play, even if they lose 100 times in a row. They'll keep playing, and then eventually they win 1, and then they win 2, and they've kind of really progressed from the beginning by doing it the hard way, just getting punched in the face repeatedly until it stopped hurting anymore. And like they didn't have to they didn't get stressed. They learned and they took pride in actually the playing in the process, which is the right mindset for doing anything in life. And
well, sorry, Matt. It makes me think actually maybe Terrasodon and Noah will be the ones to watch, since the Bryson's going up against Spore, where I suspect that might be quite one-sided. Terrasodon and Noah, they've got the same record as each other, 2-1-0. So I don't know what you think, but like that could be a more competitive game.
Terra and Noah, yeah, we can go Terra and Noah. It's a Teemo versus Kaiser. Let me grab this. And then I've got to do it here.
All right, well, let us know in the chat if you guys have got any specific opinions. I imagine we can always, if need be, jump around. Irritorum, yeah, and Andraste there, 1-2, Noah and Terrason. Yeah, I think this should be the most competitive game of round 4 we're about to see, since it seems all signs are that Zabroyson has pretty much run out of opponents with a similar match record, and is now just beating up on those who are not doing so well in the tournament.
All right, so let me just make sure I write spectators. Bang! Connect.
All right.
It all comes down to this.
I'm excited. Let's see. So Noah was the Kaiser player from before, and Terra is the Teemo? Or am I getting that wrong?
Terrasadon is the Kaiser player, so what I do need to do
it's Annie. That's right, not Teemo.
Is get us over to the game board so we can see stuff loading in. And because I'm here from the beginning, we actually don't get any visual bugs. Haha.
Yeah.
And I need to reset the timer and hit the play button.
Wonderful.
Let's go.
All right. While you get this one started up, I'm just going to quickly duck away from the computer because hopefully everything's set up as it needs to be. So I'll leave you to get everyone started, and I will be back in just a few minutes' time to jump back in once the game's underway.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I will keep the seat warm. And I'll keep chat in a place where I can actually see it. All right, so we're going to be playing Reaver's Row versus Zorn Warrens. Interesting that Terra chooses Reavers going first into Teemo. I know it's become quite popular to consider taking Reaver's Row second. But I guess on the other battlefields, I think it's Dreaming Tree and Targon's Peak, and I guess we decide we want to know which position we're playing before we commit to one of those. Or I guess, yeah. Oh, I can see Reavers. Like your opponent's probably choosing to go first if you lose the die roll. So you've got a 50% chance that you're playing second on Reavers if you want to. Just the mumblings of a madman there trying to figure it out. But rather than trying to figure out what's going on with these guys, can we just talk about what's actually happening? So we're going to be pushing the Ravenbloom over to Reaver's Row. We get the defensive advantage. We're going to stupefy our own unit. Oh, we're going to stupefy the Traveling Merchant, draw card. And then we get the Noxus Hopeful. Yep, and then we leave one up, so we're presenting Hextech Ray to try and punish the Merchant move. But in this situation, you would move the Merchant, and if they have the Hextech, you would flash it back home, and you get to draw, discard, draw, discard. Oh, we challenged the Ravenbloom. And we get to discard Scrap Heap and draw 2 cards. That's super good. Our opponent has to Hextech Ray. But we've got to decide what we're doing with this trigger on Reavers. Okay, we decide to come home, and then we'll Hextech. Hextech Ray going to threaten the Traveling Merchant. If we've got Flash, I think it's fine to Flash here and then resolve another Traveling Merchant trigger. We don't have it, or we don't choose to use it. We've got a stacked deck. Look at the top 3. We're definitely looking for a sneaky deckhand. Like, sneaky deckhand is really, really strong here because we get straight back onto Reaver's Row, which is going to be protected from Noxus Hopeful, and we can also ready 2 runes at the end of the turn, which is going to leave us available to Void Seeker that Noxus Hopeful if it walks in. So sneaky deckhand is probably the best thing you could have here, otherwise you're going to be setting up with 2 smaller units. I don't like committing that Vi. Hey, welcome back.
Hello, I'm here. On my seat. Why is my seat so warm? But yes.
That's a good question. I did say I was going to keep that seat warm, but I'm not
You didn't
actually
say
there.
how.
I just snuck into your house. That's
Ah,
like that would be like the weirdest. That would freak me out the most if I came back to an empty house and my seat was warm. I think that would freak me out more than anything else. Even if you move stuff on my desk.
I've got ghosts or burglars, either of which have got warm butts. Honestly, the most scary timeline. But what have we been looking at so far, Matt?
Yeah, we saw we attempted to move our traveling merchant in to challenge the Ravenbloom student. Terrasadon decided to use Reaver's Road to retreat and then fired a Hextech Ray at the merchant, which obliterated the poor little merchant. And then we played a Vi, which felt a little bit suboptimal in that situation, but we did have the Void Seeker to slap down the Noxus Hopeful.
Oh,
Oh,
So
we're going
we're-
to be cleaving. Why would
yeah.
we
So rather than
cleave from
using
this?
the viability, just gonna go in and overrun the. Okay.
If you got Ride the Wind, you could use it. You could use it here. Oh, we got Scrap Heap double draw. If you got Ride the Wind, you 100% play it here and clear the Kaiser, and then you can move away from the Reaver's Row to keep the Vi in base where it's only a threat from Falling Star.
I'm definitely thinking about. As a result of this evening, I'm definitely thinking more about running Lee Sin decks and Annie decks because there seems to be a lot of interaction with the Annie deck and battlefield movement in a ways that there we go just don't seem to be there for other decks.
Yeah, but you get a lot of mobility. Yeah, pull the Kaiser back. We can score the point, and the problem is that Kaiser then just moves in. But if we don't play anything else, we could be presenting another Void Seeker. Okay,
Just
we're gonna
back to
tap.
base.
But we are gonna tap below second Void Seeker. Falling Star. Oh, we are gonna pay the deflect cost on the Poro.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But yeah, that's a good 2 for 1.
Let's see. So we've got Zorn Warrens, and what was our other battlefield? I can't quite make it out.
It's Reaver's Row. But yeah, that was
Right, of course.
a good falling star.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I guess we're fight or flight pushing the Kaiser away from a battlefield, which basically just says we're trading fight or flight against our opponent's draw.
Both the players are being pretty aggressive with burning through early cards, early power, and Terrasadon is ahead on a tremendous amount. I mean, smaller ball strength, sure, but still a lot more presence.
Yeah, Terra is holding a commanding base position here. We do still always have access to Annie, which will allow us to get cards back. Oh, we're just going to accelerate Kaiser in. Yeah, that's fine. We get to ready 2 runes and we present. We can draw a card, then we draw and discard a card, and then we are presenting Void Seeker. Fight or Flight, Gust, Flash. There's a lot of things that we have open to us with 3 runes. We don't Void Seeker, though.
Okay. Kaiser's to the left of me, Kaiser's to the right. Certainly one of Reaver's Row is a lot more presentable as Poro in. Are we, as I say, this feels like we've got a cleave coming, and it will be the case. So Kaiser is actually out of there, nothing to protect her any further.
That is harsh. That is very harsh. Kaiser's pulling ahead on card advantage, runes, and score right now. Terrasadon is winning on every aspect of this map.
Ooh. So in the overall standings then, so we're assuming that at this point that Zabroisen seems to have pretty much swept the field here and will leave undefeated. But for these two on one each on each of their records, this I'd imagine will be the battle for second place overall. And with the Darius coming out, perhaps this first game will be more even than we were starting to think it was going to end up being.
Yeah, it's we're still running this smoke screen. Go down to 6 and Void Seeker. I mean, this gets Giga blown out by Gust.
Okay.
Well, I don't say it gets it doesn't really get Giga blown out, but Gust would be super inconvenient. But I think you're happy if you can make Annie pay power in that situation.
Well, Terrasadon is definitely, as you said, a player moving swiftly through this game 1, and I think up to 7 points to 3. Gonna just really trade out the Superfly. I mean, is in an incredible position.
Yeah, Terra's
I don't think it's
commanded
even
this
matter.
game. Yeah, Terra's commanded this game really, really well, but Terra's played quite a bit of Annie. They've played all of the meta decks. Like, if you're looking for someone to scrim against to get better at the game, like, Terra's always in the server. So yeah, just go ahead and join our Discord server if you're not already a member. We appreciate having you there. You can always find a game, and Terra's like one of those players where you can just say, can you play Master Yi? Can you play Ari? Can you play Annie? And Terra will be like, yeah, sure, I can play that. And you'll get quality games against them as well on any of those decks. So they're like the perfect testing partner, and they don't get upset when things aren't going their way. I tilt a little bit if I've built a really cool deck and it gets absolutely decimated. I tilt a little bit. Terra does not, so they're a better person than me in that respect.
I'm assuming you're speaking from experience here, from the way you're talking about this.
Oh yeah, Luna Lusco will tell you. Like, when I first started actually playing quite a bit, and I was trying to do fun stuff with Ari, and I just kept getting nuked from orbit by Kaiser, and I was struggling with it. And then I remember I lost a game where my opponent had 0 blue power because they've been spending like all their power and stuff. Then they do a stupefy and rip off the top smoke screen, and then they smoke screen me with no blue runes because they can use Kaiser's ability to pay the power cost. And I get blown out. I go, I've had enough of this. Like, this deck is ridiculous. This game isn't fun. Like, I had to take a step back for a couple of days after that. That was how bad that beat was. Terrasadon is going to take it down, but yes, I tilted there, and it took me a couple of days, and then I was like, all right, come back, let's try something different. But sometimes you just need to take a step away if things are getting a little bit too hot in the kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like, It's interesting, like so when a game is so young like this is, and it's so we're on the first set and things aren't maybe quite as balanced with like the frustration, like sort of trying to evaluate whether frustration is legitimate or not, based on
Mhm.
this like you're frustrated because it didn't like if you expected this to happen and it did happen, it's quite hard to be frustrated. So I feel like it's trying to align your internal map of what should be happening to the reality of how the game is right now.
Yeah, and also the reason you get frustrated in those situations is your ego is not your friend, and it pops up because you think, oh, I built this really cool deck. I'm supposed to be winning against this matchup, and it's unfair. And the
Mm.
reality is you probably need more tinkering. More people have spent time on what's considered the competitive deck than you've spent on your fun little project. So that deck's been refined for quite a while, and you have to kind of accept that you are going to lose more games until you start winning in order to improve. If you're winning every single game, then you would have been playing the best deck and everybody would be copying you. Like,
Yeah.
that's the reality. Um,
I think for me, I find that I'm in a good headspace as we're heading into game two of Terrace, and I'm going to be gusted away. We're getting a little bit of
yeah.
echoes of our previous round. I think when you can admire what your opponent is doing, that's when, for me at least, I think I know that I'm in a good spot where I can look at what the other person's doing and say, you know what, they played this game really well. And it sounds like Terrasadon is a player for which that is relatively easy to get into that space for.
Like, if there was a community award for probably the most helpful player in the community for anybody, Terra would win it for sure. Like, I would give that award if I was Riot and I was able to. That's how highly I speak of their character, and I do advise like anybody who wants to get some proper scrim time in to just ping Terra. They're always streaming as well, so you can always watch their Twitch. Um, for it, this Annie is pretty much cooked. They've drawn all spells, no units, and Annie excels in the early game before your opponent has a rune advantage, and they've not played a single unit. So, if I was a betting man, all of my money would be going on to Kaiser right now. I think it's very, very hard for Kaiser to lose when Annie has failed to get any units on the board this early.
All right, there's our Raven Balloon student.
Yeah, sneaky deckhand, we really want you. It's not a sneaky deckhand.
I mean, who's to say ultimately? Ah.
Who's to
Mm,
say what? Sorry.
who's to say what is and isn't the sneaky hat deckhand of this kind of economy? There's an Annie.
We're gonna be committing the Annie pretty early to pick a bit of a card from our discard pile. I thought you were doing an Escanor impression then. It's like, who decided that? Well,
What's an Escanor?
oh my god. You don't know who Escanor, the Lion Sin of Pride is. He is probably, I'm not a fan of Seven Deadly Sins, but Escanor is probably the best fictional character in that universe and is very high on most people's lists of awesome. Basically, he's full of pride and he gets stronger the higher the sun is in the sky. So exactly midday,
Okay.
he's the most powerful. But like he's really egotistical and arrogant. And like he's fighting against a guy, and if you have any hatred in your heart towards this guy, you can't fight him. Your body will not move. And he just walks up to me and goes, "Why doesn't that work on you?" He goes, "Why would I hate someone weaker than myself?" It's just like the one-liners like
Wow.
that hit so cold.
Boom, roasted.
And his famous lines, who decided that? He uses this ability and his opponent goes, I use this magic which blanks your spell. And he just goes, who decided that? And he just wills his spell back into existence. And he's also
Oh
super
gosh.
jacked, like more so than Lee Sin. So there you go. Look up
All right.
Escanor.
I think I watched a little bit of Seven Deadly Sins. I didn't realize it was a battle anime, so the when it sort of went from being like a more standard one to suddenly having battles all the time. And I was like, huh? I didn't sign up for this and stopped watching it. Uh
Yeah.
for
I
for
wouldn't say it's a
Noah.
good anime.
Oh right, it's not good either. Well,
I'd
forget
say
about then.
Escanor is like the best part, but he doesn't show
So
up until a little
watch
bit later.
clips of Escanor then, and don't
Oh, yeah,
bother
yeah.
watching the anime. Is what
Yeah,
I'm hearing.
100%. 100%. I'll send you some
All right,
links afterwards.
nice. All right, so we've seen some falling stars, we've seen some rising stars here in the Bandle Blitz. Terrasadon is ahead right now as all the units in all the world can't stick on the board map.
Yeah, everybody is just blowing everything up. It is utter chaos. Every unit has been squashed. And as you'd expect, coming towards the end of the tournament, everybody is scrambling to win those last points and secure their standings for the server roles, which after this week they will be resetting. But we're going to be not doing a full reset. I'm trying to figure out the correct demotion. It's either going to be 2 ranks or 3 ranks, and then I'll refigure out the scores, and then the tournaments will run until the release of set 2, the physical release, and then we'll reset again and go from there. But we're not going to reset everybody back to 0. So if you have won in previous events, it puts you further ahead for those that race to masters for next season.
Nice.
Oh, okay. Double Fox. two fires and tell watchers.
Is this what you were talking about when you said that Terrasadon is such a good player? That they just find unlimited Thousand Tails foxes? Is this the key to skill?
Terra used to tilt me so hard where he just draws his hand and never mulligan. He goes, yeah, I'll keep. And I was like, don't do that. Don't just snap keep. It's like someone playing poker that doesn't look at their hands and just keeps betting against you. It's like, I hate you so much because what is this play?
Oh, I was looking at Terrasadon's stream. Apparently, they were playing in a 2v2 tournament before. I didn't realize that was a thing that was being played online.
Yeah, he was multi-boxing, so he was playing this tournament and the other tournament at the same time.
What a beast!
Yeah, he's done that a couple of times actually, and he hasn't had terrible finishes. One of the reasons we moved our Bandle Blitz over to Sundays was because Runes and Rift was pushing quite hard for Saturdays, and they have a much bigger audience than us. We're more casual, and we're just like, we don't really want to fight for that time slot. Like we just take Sunday evening more of a casual time for it. So Terrasadon's going to be moving back into the Candlelit Sanctum, going up to 7 points. They have a lot of cards. A lot of cards here. And we're also filtering with that Candlelit Sanctum to make sure that we always... Oh, we've got another cleave.
Oh, nice.
Why are we playing 2 cleaves, though? It's also an action, so you can't do that. You have to resolve one, then play the other. Well, you have to play one, let your opponent respond, and then you play the other. So you can't just double cleave. It's not a reaction.
No. I mean, I'm assuming that Terrasadon is indicating that they are not reacting between this one, though. Yes.
Yeah, but you're going to let Vayne get that capture. You could retreat the Vayne, but you're in... That's a tough spot because we now know that the Watcher is 100% coming down next turn.
Yes. So we've got the Raven Bloom already out. I think Noah is all kinds of doomed.
Yes, and it's a good showing, but yeah, Terrasadon's going to take that game down. They quite expertly educated in that matchup, and Annie did not unfortunately draw any units fast enough. They had a very spell heavy hand and was unable to score any points early, and the top end of Kai'Sa is just ultimately going to be too much to handle. And that is going to be game.
It's an interesting place we're in at the moment. I mean, there's certainly still some questions about how different things will be here in the West than they are in China in terms of the deck variety. It does feel like, as more time goes on, I guess that maybe there's more room to refine down some of the alternate decks than there is that Kai'Sa's had so much attention so quickly that presumably there's not too many more options to explore that are of commensurate power.
So one of the challenges for deck building is that your gateway deck that you have to beat is Kai'Sa. Your deck is unplayable if you don't have at least an okay fight against Kai'Sa. You're probably not going to have favor. That's the reason Kai'Sa is like the main deck. But you need to just not immediately fold to Falling Star. Or any of these other kind of very commonly played options in Kai'Sa. If your deck can't do that, you're just not going to have a good time at tournaments. And this is why we see decks like Annie, which can get under Kai'Sa, can also avoid the removal of cards like Flash does pretty well. Master Yi Once you get onto a point, Kai'Sa really struggles to attack into it, and you've got access to counter spells and pump spells to outplay the burns. You have Aurora in Yi, which is how you make Yi favored against Kai'Sa is you just play units that don't die to the burn spells, and you ramp up and then play massive units. So those how those decks fit in, and like we saw, Lee Sin can get there, but you have to get through that critical turn, which is the turn that you play Ascetic. You need it to survive, and as a Kai'Sa player, your goal in that matchup is to make it as uncomfortable as possible for them to deploy the Lee, then kill the Lee before it becomes a problem, or find a way to cheese a time warp. And that's like your three ways of winning. So even when you build a good deck into Kai'Sa, Kai'Sa has a lot of tools to deal with the things that would commonly get in the way. And there's not a lot of cards in the game that give you value immediately when you play them, so that the removal hits you so much harder when Kai'Sa's playing it against you. Sorry, this is becoming a TED talk. Please jump in anytime that you like.
It's fine. I mean, from what we saw from before, I think that's one of the reasons why we are seeing stuff like the unyielding being thrown in main deck as that's just being saying, I suppose that is the disadvantage for the Kai'Sa deck is you are mostly just working with blow it up, blow it up, blow it up. So that it's not like someone necessarily needs to cover more than just can I prevent damage. Because it's interesting that the base set actually has cards like that in it from the beginning.
Oh, Falling Star, I think even the devs have said that was kind of a mistake. Like the way that it's come out is it should not be able to be as flexible as it is and hit in base. Also, it's actually it's almost a fair card. Like a lot of other people have said this on their cast. It's almost a fair card when Kai'Sa doesn't play it, because the double power cost is a massive drawback. But Kai'Sa doesn't pay the full power cost. So it ends up just sort of being a little bit difficult to play into, because you've got so many cool units that people want to experiment with, like the blue Victor. You've got like Teemos, the blue Teemos and stuff like that. You've got like so many of these like really cool units that just get you 2-for-1, and that's not a good feeling.
Okay, let me pitch you on some ideas here. Falling Star, errated.
Errated would, to do the least damage to it, it would be at a battlefield.
Yeah, I'm thinking at a battlefield is probably the most reasonable, because I could buy Riot be like, no, this is what we intended for it the entire time. This was just an oversight, and a whole bunch of people got confused, and that's why we haven't changed up before this point. I guess you could do goofy. Otherwise, you could do goofy stuff like making it so that it's like special conditional saying this card's effect cannot be reduced in cost.
Or just add a power cost to it, but then that would make it unplayable for every other deck. Like,
no, I'm saying that you could put in a special condition saying that its power. I suppose no. Actually, no. It's not being that reduces it by Kai'Sa. It's just being paid. Never mind. That idea is bad. Let's go for the battlefield one. Sorted.
I mean, that would be the best way, because at least then you could control which units were protected from it. It would have quite a rippling impact on the game if you just made that change. Because we've built our competitive decks around this card being able to hit us in base. But if you take that away from the card, it makes a lot more things more interesting to look at. I'm pretty sure we'll get some tools in set 2, or at the very least we'll get tools in set 3 where Falling Star won't be as big a deal, or rather it will be less crippling. I don't want them to ban it. I don't really want random bans unless the game becomes unplayable, and I don't believe that it is. So my hope is that we just get the tools that make it less punishing, or we get more units that have deflect costs, or basically ways of giving you value, so your opponent doesn't just immediately get the huge swing of tempo doesn't come at the expense of all of your card advantage. If that makes any sense.
No, that's fair enough. I do want to check what's going on with our match at the moment, because
right. Let me just double check and see if all the matches have been reported. There is actually one table going on still. We can just pop over there.
All right.
We already saw them play earlier, so it's going to be Iratorum versus Indrasi. So we're going to get the Lee Sin deck a little bit longer.
All right, very nice, very nice.
Let me just
I'm never
that
upset
up.
about that. I'm really happy to. I think I was impressed by the Annie deck. I think the Lee Sin, as you said, felt like it was somewhat fighting an uphill battle. It felt like a winnable battle, but a battle which you're going to lose more than you're going to win necessarily.
Yeah, but the difference in the cost of acquiring that deck is the Lee Sin deck's about
Yes.
€72, and the Kaiser deck is about $1,200 or $1,400. But if you're looking to like get into the game and just play locally and farm Nexus Knight packs, I think that Lee Sin deck is a great one to do it with.
Mm.
If you're just dipping your toe in and like, maybe I don't know if I'm going to be 100% into this game, it's a good one for that, and it's a fun deck by sure. I've been playing quite a lot of Lee Sin on the ladder.
Oh, where's
I say
the?
ladder, but it's not a ladder. We're not allowed to have ladders.
Yes, I was gonna say there's some ladders. Someone needs to tell me what these ladders are.
No, we used to have it on Pixelborn, but we don't get that anymore. Why is that not connected?
Hmm.
Okay, let me try again.
Okay, so as of round 4, yes, Terrasadom won their game 2-0. So Bryson, as we kind of expected, 1-2-0 against Spore. So I guess we're just trying to find the last remaining match of the night. It's been pretty good so far, though. I'm very impressed for a field of 9 players. We've seen a huge amount of variety in play in a way which I don't think is remotely reasonable.
Yeah, no, it's been really good. It's been a fun little tournament actually this evening.
I would like to challenge anyone who is listening to bring something even goofier for the next. I suppose it's a good chance while we're getting set up for just trying to see if we can catch a final game. You said this was the end of the season. When would the next one of the Bandle Blitzes be taking place then?
We will be playing next Sunday, but that'll be the start of season. I guess preseason's just finished now that the game's released.
Ah,
And I just need to get myself over to spectators again. There we go. Cool, we're in. And then I'll just make this visible for everybody at home, which is the game board.
very nice.
And also, I've got to just update the scores on here.
Oh, I think we might be about to be seeing the end of the game. Thousand Tail Watcher into some very heavily occupied fields. Just as well. Hopefully we can figure out what those other cards in base for Irritorum are.
Yeah, I'll just have a look in just a second. Irritorum.
Ooh, on guard. I'm assuming this is.
It's Lee Sin versus give me just a second. I've got to.
That's right. We'll just walk away
Yeah,
through.
sorry. Trying to do two things at once. It's not so good because I'm going to spell Irritorum's name wrong if I hit send
No,
there.
I've been in a similar position myself. I run my own TFT tournaments, and you can feel where you've reached the edge of your capacity to be able to do any individual part of the multiple different jobs you're trying to do at once
It's like
sufficiently well for it not to become a problem.
it's like, yeah, we're gonna stop. So we've got two Lee Sin aesthetics, I'm guessing, up here.
Yes, that seems
Like I said,
reasonable.
I'll spoil the game if I press the hidden if either of them are watching the stream. So I kind of don't want to do that, but the cards will start revealing themselves.
We could just ask them to not if they are.
Yeah, please look away. There we go.
Like at this point, then I think we're in a tournament situation where it's not gonna be a big problem. Oh wow, Eritarum with a huge swing across to the left-hand side. So
15.
presumably that's enough to get through. It's a little bit of energy left up on both sides of the equation. Or for one side, rather.
Right, we've got responses though. Yeah, I do apologize for anybody in chat. The cards, if you connect to games late, it just for some reason hides them from watchers. Hey, we're going to see a Rune Prison.
Oh, nasty.
That is going to be a stun coming down on the mech. That's going to remove 8 power from this combat. That is, oh, that's value time right there.
Yeah, so that puts the Thousand Tail Watcher just a little bit short of where it needs to be. I mean, Irritorum's still way ahead on points, but we've got the block in there as well. Hey. I mean, maybe it's Comeback City.
It's clobbering time. Yep, we're going to kill one of these and then push the other one back. I don't think we needed to use block. We're already out of range. We didn't need to flip that block, thinking about it. That was actually a mistake, because we didn't gain anything from doing so.
Yeah, that's odd. The only reason I could think of is maybe that the Andraste wanted to put a different hidden card down there, which they wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. I mean, good position, even if Andraste's really far behind on points. 2 scores means that we're much closer than it would be otherwise, and maybe we'll see some more defensive options being brought in.
Yeah, I believe it's Lee Sin Ascetic is just going to start getting. The problem is when you've got 2 of them, you have to choose which one you're going to be pumping up, and you've got to find the break points for each match for how big you need to get your Lee Sin. Because if you split your focus and you don't hit the thresholds for certain decks, like getting out of Falling Star range or getting out of Thousand Tail Watcher range, you end up just losing both of them, or they just don't accomplish anything fast enough. So you really have to know each of your matchups if you're trying to double Ascetic.
I could see a world in which we've got Stand United as one of our hidden cards, either down right now or being brought down next in place of that card, just as a way to give us a little bit more resilience against some of the blowouts, like you're talking about.
Yeah, and we do see that Mistfall coming down, which is going to allow us to turbocharge one of our Lee Sins. Yeah, Mistfall's a card that's we've not seen a lot of. I think Mistfall is very, very strong. It effectively gives you a pseudo accelerate on everything. As long as you can get a buff down. And Lee Sin's the most qualified to do that. It's unfortunately not very good in... It's a little... Sorry, I wouldn't say it's not very good. It's a little bit difficult to play in set because you're very power hungry in that deck already just to protect the units. So you kind of end up going, when do I fit this into my curve to play this? Because it doesn't do anything the turn I play it. Whereas in Lee Sin, it's like, yeah, my Ascetic just turns sideways, gets a buff. I pay a power, I ready it, I get a buff. Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's already pretty good value you've got there.
Oh, for sure. Like, something the legend system does mean that you end up with these really, really different versions of the same cards being played in different contexts. Let's see if Irritorm can find the final piece of the puzzle. Mondo, definitely going to be pretty good. We've got 11 in there, so...
That's going to let him go wherever he pleases.
Ooh. I don't know, though. There's got to be a point coming up soon where the Lee Sins, assuming they've got Stand United there, are still going to be strong enough to deal with a Mondo.
Yeah. Spirit Chiller, so yeah, this is the problem we have, is if you join a game late on TCG Arena, it hides the cards. Now, we can peek at them, but the issue with that is that if either of those players are watching the stream, it would reveal all of the face down cards, which would potentially ruin their game. Like, if we assume they're behaving, then there'd be no reason for us to not have a peek at it.
Okay, well, at least we did find out some useful information there.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if I could just hover over the cards to reveal them, but it won't show me cards that weren't in play before we connected to the game, because this one's obviously come down afterwards.
Yes, I'm assuming it's some sort of misfiring security measure, which doesn't seem to be doing what you'd imagine it would be trying to do, which is to stop
I
us from.
forgot you did computer science at university.
Who did?
I forgot you did computer science at university. I was just like, wait, what do you mean security trigger fires? What do you mean you know about this stuff?
Oh, I didn't do computer science if you're talking to me.
Yeah, I'm talking. Who else? Wait, what did you do at university?
I did psychology and then games technology. This is why I was really confused when you were saying that. I was like, huh?
I thought you
What
did
are you
computer
talking
science.
about?
So we've had
No,
all this
I
time
should
for the
have
whole
done
evening, and
computer
I don't
science.
even know you. Yeah, it would have been useful. And then AI could have took your job.
Yeah, well, yeah. I think, well, honestly, a computer science someone would have been useful to have then done games technology. They let me do a games technology degree without anything, and it was a terrible idea. Anyway, back to the game. Andraste has managed to draw up 7-7. So we've gone from a very one-sided game to one which it seems like the Lee Sin is, over that hump you've been talking about. Both those Lee Sins, which are rather face down at the moment, are enormous, and we know they can be stand united to be infinitely big.
You just double the buffs. These are both Lee Sin ascetics right here. So even Mundo, who's going to be pushing 3 cards back into the deck, is not going to be able to contest a stand united Lee. So we need to have tricks to get those Lee Sins away from the points. We're gusting a pit rookie.
Interesting.
We're adding cards to our discard pile as well, which is making that Mundo bigger.
Okay, yeah, I suppose that's reasonable. And also making the combat a little easier as well.
Yeah, that's a 3-point swing. And we're seeing Traveling Merchant is moving.
That's 2 cards in discard itself on the hand. So what's up if we assume Stand United is there, which we know it is, then what are we looking at strength wise for these Lee Sins total if they're having the buffs doubled in value?
So if one of them is on 11, that means it's got 6 buffs. And then the other one's on 10, so it's got 5 buffs. We've got double gust. So 5, you go up to 6, so you're going to get plus 12 onto your base. You go up to 17, then you've got shield. So you go up to 18 on the left side if you stand united. And then the right Lee will get plus 6 and go up to 17, 18 on the defense.
Okay. We're not exactly far away from Mundo being too big to actually be dealt with by the Stand United then.
Yeah, the Mundo potentially is going to be able to contest a Stand United, but we've got 2 runes up and we have seen one copy of Rune Prison already. So we could send Mundo straight into a stun and that would end the game on the spot. But as you said before, sometimes you just have to hope they don't have it.
Yeah, I mean, this is, at this point, I don't really know what your other options are going to be. I think given the fact that we've got to be able to take both battlefields off of Andraste as of this round, I believe you're just hoping that the Stand United just doesn't exist at all.
Yeah, if you've got to ride the wind, you could get the Mundo over onto the other side.
Oh, good shout.
Because the trick is Mundo's going to have to win both battlefields here.
Gosh, what a way it would be to end here. So there's one of the Stands United. Are we going to just blow through both of them? Yep, we are.
So Lee Sin is going to go Super Saiyan right now. In each of those buffs are going to be +3. And we have 6 buffs, so Lee Sin's going to go to 23, which actually ties on the left side. Yeah, because 6 tripled is 18, and then we've got our base 5, so 23. So we're going to kill Mundo and the mech, and then on the other side we're at 24.
So Ride in the Wind isn't going to make any
25.
difference here.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
boy.
Now we're over the hump.
Okay, well, Airtorm did what they needed to do. Unfortunately, fate was unkind today, and I think that's like the worst case scenario you can run into.
I mean, double Stan United is just Kaioken times 3. Like, that's mental. I love
Are
to
you
see
saying
it,
that the writers of this Riftbound game have run out of ideas and now are just like, let's try doubling the power again?
I mean, yep, we're going to see a concession there. It's like, yep, well, we're not going to get through. I mean, maybe. But they've just launched a game, so I hope they're not running out of ideas. That would kind of suck. They just had a new color anyway. If you run out of reboots, like, what does a new rune type?
Oh, what would your new color be? If you're
Oh,
going to
it'd
come
have to be
along?
something that has an opposite, right? So we've got Order, Chaos, Mind, Body, Calm, Fury, Happy, and Sad.
just a smiley face, an emoji.
Yeah, it'll be pink Ionian color. It's like, oh, I'll play the happy runes.
Let's see. Let's give
Oh.
me pairs of opposites, like Order,
Prosperity,
chaos.
I guess. Prosperity and Justice.
Creation and destruction, stability and change, law and anarchy. I could see being a conceivable thing.
Order and Chaos, isn't it?
Yeah, it really just is.
It's just a fancier word for that.
Okay, unity and division, maybe.
Possibly. Division would be a bit weird. Perhaps prosperity and influence. They're not really opposites, so that's the thing.
No. I mean, day-night. I guess this is
day and night runes. Yeah, we just have white and black runes.
It's pretty creatively bankrupt, but honestly,
sun and moon.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you've kind of already backed yourself into the corner a little bit by having Leona in the set and not being a sun card, but I suppose you could just make a version which is.
Yeah, in the future. All right, we're going to be playing Bandle Tree and Targon's Peak for Game 2.
Or nice.
It might be Game 3, actually, considering how late it is. And
oh, yeah.
Players are just resolving their mulligans, and we will be getting into this next exciting match of Lee Sin versus Teemo. Not one you commonly see, but this Lee Sin has had a very good run on today's tournaments. I just have to double check to see what their score was actually on that challenge.
All right, let's get ourselves off to the races then. Yes, we're assuming this is Game 2, but we don't know for certain. Being throwing out the Tide Turner early on in the unhidden form. Oh, the arena bar. Of course, Matt, you pointed this one out from before. I think we actually went through whole games without seeing even one of the arena bars. But if you're talking about ways to accelerate your green Lee Sin, then that's a pretty fine way to make it happen.
Yeah, arena bar is incredible, especially if you're going second and you just get to deploy it down with your turn 1 play. I'd say that's the optimal turn 1 play if you're going second. Like going first, I really like Mobilize because it lets you get the turn 2 Ascetic down. Going first, and then you get to play Ascetic next turn and immediately arena bar it, which is very powerful in a match where a player doesn't have access to Falling Star. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
All right, I was just catching stuff on what we're doing. So Irritorms is managed to get out and get a little bit established, get that first hidden card down. And I suppose Andraste is offering Eratorum that, even while we've got the Lee Sin aesthetic coming down and getting buffed, as we were talking about before, there hasn't been a huge amount of early game movement from Andraste to stop Eratorum from getting set up.
Yeah, and one of your biggest challenges with Chaos is that they play a lot of movement spells, so they don't necessarily have to beat Lee Sin in a hand-to-hand fist fight. They can just fight or flight it away. They can rebuke it. Rebuke is painful because then you lose all the buffs that you spent time sticking on him. And they can ride the wind to run away from it. There's options to play around Lee Sin, but that Lee Sin is going to, with Arena Bar, is going to get out of range of things like Singularity. If you had it, it would have been a perfectly fine turn to throw Singularity down just to get rid of that Lee immediately. It would have been a big investment, but you would have scored 2 points this turn and dealt with the Lee if you had it. So I think it would have been fine to just nuke the Lee Sin. Because after this turn, it's going to go to 8. And you could Fairy run a Fox into it, but then it's going to go down by 3 to 5, get +1. Yeah, you could Thousand Tail Watcher, but Lee Sin's going to have a bunch of tricks available. And we know they play disciplines and stuff. Sorry, go ahead.
This does help exemplify for us kind of like the idea of tempo in the game. That at this point, if Iritorum, is able to buy time, they're so far ahead on points now that even if you drop every single card in your hand and every single rune you have, just to keep Andraste from really getting into the game at all, you might be able to get so far ahead that an infinitely strong Lee Sin isn't necessarily the end of the world.
Yeah, you just effectively, if you can't get rid of it now, your goal is to score 2 points for the next 3 turns. You need 4 turns to win because we're only on 3. But we want to close the game out as quickly as possible. We're going Udyr, the Wild Man. We didn't see this as well. I actually wonder if this is my deck list. It's so similar. I'm trying to remember if I've sent this to because I have sent it to somebody who I was playing on the ladder and they're kind of just getting into the game, and I was like, yeah, go ahead, play this. I don't know if that was Andraste or if we've just kind of randomly come to some similar conclusions, because our deck's not exactly the same, so I don't play Discipline in my deck. But yeah, we can Udyr, and what we're doing with Udyr is using its ability to just deal 2 damage to a unit at a battlefield. So we can just go ahead and snipe out the Lecturing Yordle, which is going to force the secret. Force the hidden card.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, just that extra bit of utility feels like it puts the pressure on your team. Queen in Equinox, the missing combo you can think of that feels realistic is Dream/Reality. I think that'd be quite fun. I wouldn't not have thought of that one, but that's definitely more out there. But I like it. I don't know if League of Legends has got a ton of dream-based stuff.
Nocturne.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Literally the Freddy Krueger of the universe.
Okay, yeah, I'm game. All right, don't worry, we're all designing the future of Riftbound here and now, but we do get to see a little bit of what we were seeing from before. Because Matt, you're talking about trying to hold off on bringing the Lee Sin into danger, but in this case, just go swing in, get him right onto the battlefield, try and keep the Yordles out of Bandle City.
Yes, you want to make sure that they can't set up shop over there, because as adorable as the Yordle can be, it's a little bit cursed trying to attack into a Bandle City. But you do get to hide multiple cards, and Lee Sin does have access to that. And this Udyr, deceptively, I'll just hover over it, actually, so you guys can take a good look at it, can let you catch up, because you can get ganking on it, and you can ready it, you can stun units, and you can deal damage. So what we could do is use our legend to put a buff on it, activate it, do a stun, or basically we'll just deal 2 damage, kill one of these, run the Udyr in. If Udyr survives, we can then just Arena Bar it, give it, ready it, and then move it somewhere else. Or we could put stun. So basically Udyr can start running around the map doing Udyr things. It's just one of those weird cards that I bet and I said this on every cast I've been on, I bet this was a yellow card until they realized how broken this was with Leona. Because Leona's ability would put a buff on it
Oh
every time you
yeah.
stunned. So you'd be like, stun, get a card, ready, run. And I bet it was like in testing, they were like, this is stupid. Stop doing this, please. He might have been green, actually.
I think, well,
Yeah.
Udia can really just fit in anywhere. There we go. Singularity feels like the right time and place. Also, thank you, Sir Bryson, for dropping in. Congratulations on your 4-0 tournament run. There's a Zhonya's to at least mitigate the damage. I think with the Arena Bar, though, and with the Lee Sin Legend, it doesn't feel like it's going to take a very long time to put this Lee Sin back on his feet again.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't lose the buffs when you save it with Zonya's, so it just continues to stay tanked up. But it's only got one buff on it. What would have probably been there instead of the Udyr, I do understand the Udyr play, is that we wanted to make sure Lee Sin was out of range of Singularity. And then our Zonyas would have saved the Udyr. But that's fine. Like, we got value from Udyr. It's drawn out a Singularity, and it killed something and forced a hidden card, and allowed you to take a point off of it. The problem is that you still... Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, the context we've got here, though, of course, with the Singularity slowing things down, sort of pushing Andraste out of the battlefields, is that we're left with Erturum still 4 points to 1, trying to keep hold of that lead and, limit Andraste's options.
Yeah, your plan is you've got to close... You've either got to get rid of that Lee Sin, or you've just got to keep pushing him away and make him as inefficient as possible for the rest of the game. So you're basically juggling a monk that's just here to kill you. It's like running away from Mr. X in Resident Evil, actually. That's literally what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
The Nemesis, actually. We're going to call Lee Sin the Nemesis in this. And the problem with your fight or flight plan is we know that there's things like Mistfall and First Mate are in the deck to just ready the Lee and send him back in again.
Mm. Yes.
Yep, he's going to start doing some squats.
I would definitely feel more comfortable for Iratom if they had control of both battlefields just to narrow the window of the game. Because going up to 5 as of this round, as you can see, Andraste is not feeling enough pressure to be forced to bring the Lee Sin out to the battlefield again.
Yeah, no, you're 100% correct. I do understand that you could not get onto the battlefield after you committed a Singularity that last turn, but we really needed to be getting onto 6.
Hey, you call for him, he appears, Lee Sin dives on to the right-hand side. We've still got the hidden card. We've got no... There we go. That buys a little bit of extra time, but it does feel... Yeah, Irritorum feels like we've really slowed down the scores coming in, and we're starting to turn the corner into Lee Sin favored territory.
Yes, we're going to go to 5. Losing that Udyr was actually a pretty big hit, because Udyr was going to help you catch up with the mobility. But we're out of range from another Singularity, so you'd need Singularity and Smokescreen to get there. But then you do lose to Discipline if you do that.
Let's see, we've got 7 cards in hand, good amount of runes. So the only thing missing from this as a winning equation is control of Bandle City, which of course can take the couple of hidden cards. I suppose the problem with Irritorum is, as we've talked about before in previous games, is that the Teemo deck is struggling to get onto battlefields quickly.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting, because you've got things like access to Sprite Mother, Sprite Cool, which we have seen is in Irritorum's list. So they do have faster units. But yeah, we want to be going up to 6 this turn. I think it's not optimal to not, but if we've got access to Rebuke, then the Lee Sin no longer becomes a concern, unless they've brought in Wind Wall, which they probably should have for this match. And for anybody who did play in the Bandle Blitz, I will be sorting out the leaderboard tomorrow with the results of today. So your final rolls will be updated, and we'll leave them up for a week, and then I'll do rank resets ahead of the Bandle Blitz for next week, which will be same time next week on Sunday.
Nice. Okay, so we're hiding some more cards. Okay, I mean, this is at least part of what I was hoping to see. Yeah, double Raven Bloom isn't bad at all for setting up for the push into Bandle City. I guess we're burning a card every time to keep the Lee Sin aesthetic from overrunning a point, but given the amount of cards we have, that doesn't seem terrible unless we don't draw something that does that.
Yeah, it's unfortunately no longer a card advantage game. It is entirely a points race. So, as we're basically trying to run away from the nemesis.
All right, let's see if that. I mean, I guess any time that the hidden card isn't a relevant thing for dealing with Lee Sin, like it's the case here, then we end up being in a little bit of trouble. Oh gosh.
Yeah, those Yordles are going to get murdered. We really want Rebuke if we have access to it.
Maybe we're trying to draw it? Okay. So
Stupefy.
So I'm assuming that Teemo is currently just the base form. So 1. So we've got a total of 5 on the point.
Yeah, I'm just keeping on things, make sure everything's okay. Oh, do you have a judge call there?
Oh, go take care of business. I'll wait and see if this Lee Sin just eats the Yordles en masse, which seems to be pretty likely. So Fight or Flight would save us, though we've already played a few of them already. Convergent Mutations, definitely not. I personally really don't like Convergent Mutation, but I want to be
you're
persuaded that it's good.
All right, let me try and help you. Imagine you have Mundo, and you
I
make
understand.
your Yordle, your Yordle 18
I understand
white.
that Mundo plus Convergent Mutation is really good. I'm just saying that anytime you don't have a Mundo in position to do that, it seems like it's really awful.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the other card that you're doing that with is Ravenbloom Student. It's almost like it would be better in Ari, right? Where you could play a Discipline on a Ravenbloom, and then you can make something else match the Ravenbloom that's now at 6 might, because you get 5 might, because you get +3 on it. It'd probably be a little bit more playable, but I think it costs a power, doesn't it?
Yes, Conversion does, yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit of a deal breaker when it comes to Ari.
Oof. Well, all the Yordles get swept out on the right-hand side. Bandle City gets taken on the left. As we were saying, it feels like we've turned a corner for the Lee Sin deck that now, if the Teemo deck had slowed down in its point gaining before, it has now come to a screeching halt. The Ravenbloom Students really being the only answer, as we've got our second Lee Sin over on the Bandle City. It feels like it only gets worse from here from Irritorum.
Yeah, you need a bazooka to kill these monsters. Like, this bioweapon called Lee Sin.
Oh no, he's back on the Resident Evil again.
Yeah, no, all right, I'll stop with the Resident Evil. We'll pick something else.
That's fine.
I think at this point,
this
awfully fine gentleman is stocking up on his buffs. He's hoarding a lot of gains right there, and you're gonna need a chill pill to get that Lee Sin out of here, because combat is rapidly becoming a thing of the past. If that was your out.
Wait, was that a Metal Gear Solid reference? It feels like it should be, but it wasn't.
We could do Metal Gear references if you like.
I feel like I'm more au fait with. There we go. Rebuke.
We have
Away
reviewed.
with you, fiendish fiend! I mean, that's at least somewhat of a solution to the problem. So let's us back onto the site. That's the beginning of something.
It's a start, but because of that arena bar, we will be able to get the Lee Sin down and get him doing squats again real fast, and he starts to get out of control. But we only have to score 2 more points. We'd really like to have another. It'd be so risky to go for a singularity and then charge the. Is it Mundo? Okay, we've got
There we go.
ourselves a trading card game here. Mundo would be able to fight back with 18 might.
Okay. The last best hope for war.
There we go. We're gonna use what should be a kaiju to fight a monster.
All right, I'm here for it. So I think we're recycling 3 at the end of the turn, right? So
Yeah,
down to 16 versus. Yeah, I mean, it clears it pretty well.
Yeah, we could be going for a ride. We could potentially
12.
ride the wind, but we're not going to get an action this turn unless Lee Sin moves into Targon's Peak. And you kind of have to do something about the Raven Bloom. Otherwise, it's going to get a hold point, and then Mundo's could just go, we're going to ignore Bandle City and then just stock up on the Targon's Peak. But that rebuke was perfect timing. We needed that rebuke. This is actually a tough position for Lee Sin now. Charm.
Oh, interesting.
And we actually, interestingly, don't take the Raven Bloom that's primed to score. So Lee Sin will go to 8 because of shield, and then Raven Bloom will be able to kill the Pit Rookie.
Yes, which isn't nothing. So presumably Lee Sin is got something in mind. Oh, hello. We got a reaction.
Smokescreen would be pretty good here. Oh, it's yep. Hey, remember that card we just talked about? Just literally straight up wins the game because we copy Mundo, and then we score on our opponent's turn.
So this is. Sorry, I'm just going to double check on the mutation is. Oh, this is me being persuaded that suddenly I'm like, oh, maybe this is a good card. So
I mean,
so this is not. It's. Oh, I think I read mutation as like a hidden card before, and I didn't realize that you could use it to like move that strength from your base into one of the battlefields.
Oh, you copy. You don't even move the strength. But we need a defy. If we don't have a defy, that Raven Bloom is going to score. This is like where Charm is such a weird card. Charm and Blitzcrank are so powerful, they can literally make you lose the game. And that's a weird thing to say, because if you move their unit and then they trick out of it and score, and then they get a hold point, yep, that happens.
I mean, at least with the Blitzcrank, they're giving us the authentic experience from League of Legends.
Oh yeah, well they pull their tank and then you just lose the team fight. Yeah. Oh, good old days. And that was the end of the set.
It was.
Timo is going to take that down, and that was the last game of the evening. So let's just take us back over the table.
Wow. What a spectacular way to end the final on-stream game.
Yeah, it was a case of like, oh, I don't think this is a good card. Oh, yeah, it just straight up wins.
Yeah, I mean, anytime I get proven wrong, I'm very happy because it means that there's something new to play around with that I previously dismissed out of hand.
Yeah, that was really cool, and I was happy we got to see quite a bit of Lee Sin this evening. It was going off, and yeah, it's been great. Thank you so much for coming along tonight, Counterfeit. You can find Counterfeit over on Instagram and a variety of other sources. If you're a Teamfight Tactics fan, I do encourage you to go check out their tournament series. And yeah, Pete, and anywhere else people can find you if they need to.
I'll just type hello in chat. I'm Counterfeit Cast everywhere. At some point, I might just change to Counter because it's a overly long name to be able to use in a lot of places. But for now, I Counterpick cast on Twitch, YouTube, all that good stuff. As Matt said, I run generally bi-weekly TFT tournaments, which are, I think, very much of a spiritual twin to the Bandle Blitz in terms of, it's just a place where people come to have fun and learn, occasionally try hard, but mostly just mess around and have a grand old time.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for joining me this evening, and thank you for everybody putting up with me and the various little tech quirks as I'm trying to remotely do this through somebody else's PC. But we made it there to the end of the stream. So we're going to wrap this up here, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We're looking forward to seeing you next week. But for now, have a great evening or afternoon or morning, depending on where in the world you are, and we'll see you next week. Cheers.